Ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Casa Loma Ballroom, downtown St. Louis for NFA Sacrifice and Glory. Tonight, we have 15 exciting fights for you guys. We had a little mishap for our main event. We lost half of it due to an unfortunate injury during a weight cut. But no worries, we still have Gennady Bitko versus Drew Gigax in the main event, and an exciting K1 fight. In the co-main event, we have the pro debut of Josh Augustine, a very exciting young prospect. But join with me tonight, I have now LFA champion Julius Anglitzkes with us. He just won our main event here in December. Next thing you know, turn around a month later, he's now the LFA champion. Julius, how does it feel to be the LFA champ?
It feels great. I didn't know it's going to happen. They called me, hey, you want to shop for a title? I was like, great. So all the things aligned perfectly. I had fight after fight. I had this fight in December. It worked out great. And the next thing I know, I'm LFA champion, and it's amazing. I'm blessed.
From NFA main event to LFA champion, this man has some big, big things coming. He really can't talk about them right now, but stay tuned. Julius, where can people find you on social media?
You guys can find me on the social media, Facebook, Instagram. Just look up my name, Julius Anglitzkes, and I need all the support. I appreciate you guys. I love it here. I'm excited to be back in this show. It's awesome. Like, I remember December, and now I'm back here again. I can't wait for the fights. It's going to be great.
You guys should definitely get with this guy, get an autograph, get a picture. He is destined for the UFC. We know it's going to happen. We just don't know when. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the stream. We're going to get it started here very, very soon. Stay tuned.
Tonight, these are the grounds in which you prove yourselves. Fight with your heart. Fight with honor. Bring everything you have. Make everyone remember your name.
Are we live right now? Oh, that's live. Okay, but they can't hear us yet? Okay.
We sit here?
Yeah.
This is a while for this fight.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna do a DJ style with just one ear. It'll be like start a whole new like commentating trend where it's just one. I'm a one ear like a DJ. Fuck it. Can I see the fight card?
Yeah, right.
There it is.
Okay. Welcome to NFA, Sacrifice and Glory. Tonight I am joined with special guest LFA announcer Mike Kindle. Right? Let you know.
How you guys doing? Yeah.
I don't think we're on yet. I was just practicing.
Yeah, it's good. Good to be out here in St. Louis, Missouri. You know, I've done a couple fights out here, man, and the fans come up here and they show up right before. I mean, they show up well before the fights even start. The whole crowd is in attendance already, and we haven't even started the first fight of the night tonight.
Right, Mike. We have a sold-out crowd here at the Casa Loma Ballroom, and we have 15 exciting fights. I cannot wait for tonight's fights.
Looking down through this venue here, man, this Casa Loma, dude, this is a really, really great. This is a special spot. It's very intimate. You got VIP all throughout the floor seating. I don't even see what you would call GA seating. They have a balcony area with just bird's eye view. You know, you got the best view that you can get in MMA today right here at this venue. It's looking special and it's gearing up. Everything looks great. The promotion has done a great job setting up tonight. We're excited for a great night of MMA fights here in St. Louis.
I was just practicing.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I can done some. Oh, we are actually. We're actually live.
What? We're live on the Twitch stream. Welcome to internet streaming.
Apple juice.
The best.
So we got, what, 15 fights tonight? Is that right?
Matt, are mics live and going on right now? Is there a way to mute it or no?
Before we get things going, I would like to ask every single person in this building to please rise for the playing of our national anthem.
started tonight, I have several announcements I have to make. Tonight's 50-50 drawing is going to sponsor Team USA MMA fighter Dangerous Dan Lieberson. He will be traveling to the Bahamas, Las Vegas, and Bahrain for the World Finals. The proceeds go to his travels. Tickets are only $2, and you can get them tonight, right now. As you know, events like this are made possible by you awesome fans, but also by several of our sponsors and businesses. The first of those is RC Logistics. Any car to anywhere from anywhere. If you need to ship your car, call RC Logistics. You can find them at rclogisticgroup.com. New Horizons Pressure Washing. They service sidewalks, driveways, house washing, roof cleaning, and more. Call them now for a free estimate. That is New Horizons Pressure Washing. Gillies Groundwork. They specialize in landscape construction, retaining walls, paving, sods, seed, and more. Call Gillies. Impact Mouth Guards. They create custom mouth guards for MMA. They handcraft their mouth guards with only the finest hypoallergenic dental grade materials, and hopefully all of our fighters tonight are wearing their mouth guards. Brad Carey Realtor. If you are in the market of buying or selling your home now, call or text Brad. It doesn't matter if you live in a mansion or an old crusty box on South Broadway, Brad will help you get that house sold fast as can be. Also, Midwest Radon and Mitigation. Call them today and have your home tested. We don't want you to die, neither does Midwest Radon and Mitigation. The CBD Store. If you want an all-natural way to feel better, they use only all-natural, 100% organic, full-spectrum, terpene-rich hemp oil extract. Check out the CBD Store. Convergence Media Group. They're located right here in St. Louis. Contact them at convergencemg.com to help you create videos and media to make your business and event shine. The Crown Room. They're the official NFA after party. They're located in Ballpark Village at 601 Clark Street. So if you want to come party after the event, we better see you at the Crown Room. Sub-Zero Wellness. If you're in pain or you just need to feel better, get to Sub-Zero now and utilize their new cryotherapy. That's Sub-Zero Wellness. JC's AC. For all your heating and cooling needs, contact JC's AC. And last but definitely not least, Built by Battle. They're a new clothing line with the motto, "Are you ready to battle?" Check them out by visiting them at builtbybattle.com. They make these events possible, so please check out our sponsors. Give them lots of money so that we can continue to put on awesome fight cards like these right here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, these bouts are under the supervision and control of the Missouri Office of Athletics. Tim Lugenhoff is the executive director. These bouts are promoted by the Nemesis Fighting Alliance. Matchmaker is Drew Grande. The judges working tonight's bouts are Robin Beal, David Hyatt, and Rob Francis. The referees looking on those fighters and making sure that they are playing by the rules are me, Mark Blossom, and Sexual Chocolate, the Dwayne Pence. The timekeeper and counting knockdowns is Keith Bell. Physician at ringside is Melvin Macklin, and our cut man is the legendary Sid G. That was a lot of talking. Are you all ready to see some fights? Well, that sounded like there's only a couple people in the building, and my eyes tell me there's way more than that. Are you ready to get the first match started?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Casa Loma Ballroom in downtown St. Louis for NFA Sacrifice and Glory. I'm joined for the first fight with the special guest, LFA ring announcer, Mike Kendall. Mike, are you pretty excited for the fights?
I really am, man. I really am. Drew Carey, man, this guy's worked really hard on this along with his staff to put together this stacked card here for you guys here in St. Louis. The Casa Loma Ballroom is packed tonight, sold out as you said. Yes, and it's great to see the fans show up in such force off the get-go. They're here to support Fight 1 all the way to the main event. It's going to be an exciting night of fights here in St. Louis.
Absolutely. We have a sold-out crowd. So if you're watching us here on Twitch, this is the only way you can see it right now. So thank you for joining the stream. First fight's coming to you in just a second. We're super excited about this. Tonight's fights are brought to you by RC Logistics, New Horizon Pressure Washing. We have Sub-Zero Wellness and Cryotherapy. First fight coming out right now. We have Axe Wildridge coming to the cage.
Danny Axe Wildridge. This guy out of River City Warriors. He's a Muay Thai specialist.
He's got a record of 1 win, 4 loss, and 1 draw. He's 145.4.
Coming to the cage second.
We'll let him go by us next time, okay? We'll let him go by us next time.
Hi fans, both combatants are in the ring and ready to get this first match started. I want to remind you all before we get going that these fights are being broadcast live on Twitch, and these gladiators are going to feed off of your energy, so you better be loud as hell. And an opponent on my right, fighting out of the blue corner. He weighed in tonight at 144.5 pounds. He's coming to you out of Arnold, Missouri. This is Daniel Boyer.
Sorry. Sorry.
Move.
Sorry.
The lighting and everything?
Go ahead. Let's let them go on. Let's let them go out first. Let them go out. Let them go out. Got it.
On it, Axe. Let's go. Real jam.
something had to have torn, and
I noticed,
unfortunate.
I noticed a great show of respect by Wildrich to Neil while his opponent was down.
What's up? I know. Going in. Alright, we're coming out.
Give me my eyes.
Give him plenty of room. That doesn't sound good.
Speaking of recovery, I'm going to give a shout out to Sub-Zero Cryotherapy. For all your little aches and pains, serious knee injuries after surgery, those guys can help get you right. They offer cryotherapy. They have all kinds of stuff there, deep tissue massage, all the latest, greatest technology for recovery. So if you're an athlete looking to supplement your recovery, go see my people over at Sub-Zero Cryotherapy. Jordan Dowdy, everyone knows him, great St. Louis fighter. He works out there with Megan Brown Sanders. Go check them out. Let them know that NFA sent you, and they will hook you guys up. But any of you fighters out there, anyone looking to recover for an injury, please go check those guys out.
And then tweet me and let me know how it feels to be 200 and some odd degrees below zero, because I've heard good and bad things about that. That is insane, cooling your body, even if it's for a short period of time. Negative 230 degrees.
I've done it a couple times, and I'll tell you this: when I was a bit heavier, it didn't bother me as much because I had a lot of insulation.
I certainly
recently lost a little bit of weight, and now it's a bit chilly in there. And by a bit chilly, I mean dang freezing.
Good job, man.
You know what it does? It causes your body to move your body to move that blood and freeing up your blood moving in, because your body goes into that state where it wants to keep itself warm, and by doing that, it's stressing your circulatory system and all those nutrients and everything into your system.
Oh, Boyer's up and he's being walked out of the cage right now. Really unfortunate, really sad for this kid. I know he's worked hard to get here, and seeing him limp away like that, it's heartbreaking.
We're looking at an ankle or foot. Ankle, foot. That's what they got isolated there.
Okay.
Very little sport injuries do happen.
Really unfortunate.
Your winner, 23 seconds in the first round by TKO out of the red corner, Danny Wildred.
coming up with the win. It's not how you want to win, but, you know, that's just, you know, the name of the sport. You know, that's the way it goes sometimes.
That's the name of the game. He improves to 2 and 4 now. And we'll be looking to book him again really soon. Unfortunately, he put in a full camp and only got about a round and a half of fighting in, if even that. So we'll be going to our second fight here soon, and we'll be getting my other co-host with me, Mr. Sam Panites, Team USA, Tough Enough champion. So we'll appreciate you coming in, and we'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, man. Thank you guys for having me, man. I appreciate it very much.
Let him walk by us, and then we'll follow him.
He's a boxing and jiu-jitsu fighter. He has a 0-1 kickboxing record, a 0-1 boxing record, and tonight he makes his MMA debut against Nathan Biggs. So looks like it's 160-pound catch weight. Looks like Cadwallader is 5'7", weighed in at 161 pounds, 27 years old, and I'm joined right now by my co-host, Mr. Sam Panites, Tough Enough 125-pound champion. Sammy, a little weird start tonight, but here we have Mr. Brendan Cadwallader out of St. Charles MMA taking on the always tough Nathan Biggs. What more can you tell us about Brendan?
One thing I know he mentioned was that his favorite fighter he looks up to is Donald Cerrone. So, I mean, if we're going off Donald Cerrone, Drew, we know he's a good kickboxer and he loves to fight.
Right, and here we have Nathan Biggs making his return to the cage. He had an injury in his last fight, and he was not satisfied. It was supposed to be the last fight of his career, and it got cut short due to an injury. So this is it for him. He's making his final walk to the cage so he can pursue his career. And his nickname is the American Dream. So Nathan, the American Dream Biggs, fighting out of the Hit Squad and Yuma Top Team. He's a wrestler grappler. Comes to us with a 2-2 MMA record. He has a weight of 160 pounds. He's 34 years old. He weighed in at 159 pounds. And he would like to thank his sponsors tonight: Apex Physical Therapy, Frey Properties, and One Stop Supplements. He also wanted to give a shout out to his training partners, Sean Briggs, Patrick Sparks, and Jordan and Jake Dowdy. And when asked who his favorite fighter was, he said the natural, Mr. Randy Couture. And what's a fun fact about Nathan is he was told he would never fight again, which was absolutely devastating to him. But he chose his walkout song tonight because it was his girlfriend's favorite song. He lost his girlfriend, unfortunately, and he's fighting in her honor tonight. So when asked why he wanted to do MMA, he didn't say why. He said, why not? So here we go. I'm really excited for this fight.
He weighed in tonight at 161.1 ripped pounds. He is fighting out of St. Charles, Missouri, where he's a product of the legendary St. Charles MMA. This is Brendan Cadwallader! And his opponent on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at 159.3 pounds. He's from Highland, Illinois. Give it up for Nathan Biggs!
All right, Nathan Biggs and Brendan Cadwallader from St. Charles MMA. We have Hit Squad for St. Charles MMA. This should be a banger. Two guys relatively the same side, both stocky, both heavy-handed. This one's going to be exciting. Got Biggs in the red corner, kind of stalking Cadwallader here. Ooh, lands a big right hand.
Biggs definitely trying to keep the pressure here, keep in the center of the cage. One thing I noticed is off that first entry, Drew, he and there again, he opens real wide. He almost leads with his head.
Yeah,
it's not
throwing that lead left hook really hard, putting everything into it.
He almost cocks it back a little too much, though, when he leads in. He's leaving his head wide open, just like that.
Yeah, just got caught right on cue, Sam. It looks like that Cadwaller's starting to see that, and he's going to time it here. Yep, there he goes. He's waiting for him now. Cadwaller's shaking his head at him like, you ain't got nothing for me. We're about to find out. Ooh.
Yeah, off this opening, Biggs just seeming a little too predictable, man. He jumps low right before.
Big left hand, he dropped him.
Jumps right on the guillotine.
He's got the guillotine. Oh, it's out. He's out. We'll see what Biggs has got off his back. He's been working out in Arizona with the team out there. We'll see who's going for the armbar. Doesn't quite have it.
Cadwalader doing a good job of recovering after that, but Biggs right into the armbar.
I can't tell from this angle, but does he look? Oh, it does look like he has it. We'll see if he can finish it. Go to the triangle here. Nope. He's safe.
Cadwalader doing a good job of staying postured. He didn't let Biggs force him down with that armbar. Biggs hanging on to it. Not a ton of action here. Cadwalader just trying to get his arm free.
Yeah, little slams here, trying to shake and get his arms free so he can maybe posture up and get some ground and pound.
Good right hand by Cadwalader.
Biggs is in trouble.
He's continuing him. Biggs really needs to focus on getting up here.
Yeah, I was about to say,
you know, those submission attempts are decent, but he's taking too much damage. This might be it.
This could be it. That's it. Brendan Cadwalader wins his MMA debut in the first round. Great fight, both guys.
After getting dropped, too, early on.
After getting dropped early, he came back, got it done. Both guys really evenly matched. Both guys had an opportunity to win the fight. Good start. Both these guys young in their careers. They're showing a lot of promise. Biggs, I know he said he's done after this, but got to get in there and honor his late great girlfriend one last. Really shout out to Brendan for winning his MMA debut, training with a good camp over there in St. Charles MMA. The sky is the limit for that young man. Looks like Biggs got a little bit swelling on the face, being taken care of by the cut woman tonight. And looks like in his corner he's got Pat Sparks and Sean Briggs, a couple of guys you're going to see in the NFA cage here real soon. Definitely Briggs. He's going to be joining us soon.
2 minutes, 16 seconds into the first round by TKO. Out of the blue corner, Brendan.
Big congrats to Cadwalader. Came out there, he got dropped early, was taking big shots. He knew he could take the power. And then next thing you know, he gets the takedown, secures the position, fights out of submissions, and gets the finish. I'm really excited about tonight's fights. Just going down the line, like starting out the card, we have a lot of green guys, a lot of guys really early in their MMA careers. Up next, we have a couple of guys starting out their MMA careers. We have Malcolm Elsie out of Wolves Den and Garrett Schiffrey out of Hit Squad. A couple of guys making their debuts. Should be really fun.
Drew, one thing we know about Malcolm is training out of the Wolves Den. He gets a lot of good jiu-jitsu experience out there. You know, training with Andrew Ebbers, Moped all the time. That's probably going to be his go-to tonight, we would assume, is to get the takedown and work that submission game.
Right, here we have Garrett, who is also supposed to be a wrestler, so we got a wrestler versus a grappler. A couple of 170-pound fighters, both 0-0, one out of the Hit Squad, one out of the Wolves Den. Both really, really good gyms. When I'm looking at the information here on Garrett, Garrett is saying that he put a lot of training in with Sean Briggs and Nathan Biggs, who just fought. So he was training with the guy that just lost in the bout previous to this. And his favorite fighters, Nick and Nate Diaz. So let's see if he can fight like these guys. Why MMA? He said it's mostly a hobby. And at the amateur level, you run across a lot of guys that it's just a hobby, something to do to get in shape. but it looks like he's in good shape. And coming up next, we have Malcolm Elsie, who's quite a physical specimen himself.
Sure, it'll be interesting to watch Malcolm with his jiu-jitsu taking on the wrestling. You know, he might not be able to get that takedown, but it'll be interesting to see if he'll be able to, you know, keep off the pressure, or maybe lock up a submission from bottom against Garrett, or if Garrett's going to be able to just keep pressure the whole time and maybe land some good ground and pound during the fight.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that Malcolm was dealing with in this fight was what weight class to pick. He walks around at 170 pounds. He literally did not cut an ounce for this weight. This is his walking weight, but he's such a lean guy that he said, you know what, for my first fight, I don't want to know what it's like to cut weight. I just want to go out there, prime, and see how I feel. So he's about to find out, and I'm really excited for his MMA debut.
Yeah, look at that, man. He's definitely a lean guy for walking around at the weight he's fighting at. It'll be interesting to see. I think that's a good time. If you're going to try a time to not cut weight, I think early in your career is the time to do it.
Right, and Malcolm's one of those guys. Oh, here we go. We're live in the cage. We got Garrett.
He weighed in tonight at 166.2 pounds. He's from Bunker Hill, Illinois. This is Garrett Sherfy.
Garrett Sherfy looks ready to go.
Out of the red corner, he weighed in tonight at a shredded 176.6 pounds. He is fighting out of O'Fallon, Missouri. This is Malcolm Elsie.
Little mess up on the paperwork there from the announcer. Both these guys weighed in at 170 even. And here we go. Referee Dwayne Best in charge of the action. Fighters touch gloves.
Malcolm, the first one to come in, instantly a shot off Garrett. Malcolm with the reshot and the takedown.
Looks like he's going for the guillotine here.
It's going to be hard with Malcolm on top of his legs like that. You know, he doesn't have his legs wrapped up in a guard. Yep, Malcolm slipped right out. Malcolm trying to get to mount here, sitting in kind of a high half guard position.
Garrett looking to throw up some submissions here.
We're almost seeing the opposite of what we expected, Drew.
Right.
Maybe we'd picture the wrestler on top and Malcolm trying some submissions, but Malcolm got the takedown. Garrett trying to work some guard a little bit. Both guys staying very active.
Right, Garrett staying busy off the back, throwing up, switching his hips, trying to throw up a triangle.
Both guys making it hard to really, lock anything up or do any damage. Nobody's wrestling here yet.
Yeah, it looks like both these guys put their time on the jiu-jitsu mats. Some solid grappling coming out of guys who are 0-0 here.
Malcolm doing a real good job of applying pressure. He's keeping his shoulder right on the chin of Garrett, if anybody notices that. And that's why he was able to pass guard and take him out right away.
Right, he's got to look to not get rolled here. Looks like he's getting rolled. He might end up with an arm bar.
Maybe switch the triangle here.
Got a triangle. He's got it locked. He's going to get slammed if he doesn't get the leg. Malcolm gives up the back. This could be bad. Oh, that's in. No, he doesn't have it under the chin.
Malcolm needs to do his best here to fight hands and get his back to the mat. He does not want to belly down here.
Garrett Sherfy has Malcolm in all kinds of trouble right now. Looks like Malcolm's doing the proper defense. Fighting the arm, turning in. Malcolm's back on top. Garrett throwing up an arm bar. Malcolm punching from the top instead of fighting the arm. He's got to watch out for the triangle here. Garrett doing a really good job switching the hips and staying busy off of his back. Malcolm's starting to land some good ground and pound here.
Sure, one thing I noticed that Malcolm's doing really well is he has a very good center of gravity where his hips are at. He's keeping them low. He's not hanging over the guy to where he could get kicked in the face, and he's keeping his pressure on Garrett so Garrett can't scramble out.
Looks like he's got to go for a guillotine here. Good underhook there by Garrett. It's going to keep him from getting choked, but for how long? Looks like Malcolm's just using it to keep top position. Not much time left on the clock here. We'll see if see what these guys have the last second half of this round. Looks like Malcolm's got the front headlock. We'll see if he'll drop for a guillotine here. Good job doing the hand control. 10 seconds left. What an exciting first round.
Malcolm right back into mount again.
He's got mount with just 10 seconds left. Really good grappling in the first round of that fight.
Yeah, good round, good takedowns and reversals. Drew, I say I give that round to Malcolm, though.
Oh, yeah, definitely. He landed more significant strikes, controlled the top position more, but Garrett was staying busy off his back and did a really, really good job in there. Looks like he has some smooth jiu-jitsu for a wrestler. Both these guys not looking like beginners on the ground, which is very impressive. In the corner of Garrett, we have Sean Briggs, who is going to be fighting for us here in June. Really excited about his debut. Really talented fighter out of the hit squad. They have a bunch of talented fighters out there. And in the corner of Malcolm Elsey, you have undefeated pro Andrew Mop Jitsu Ebers, BJJ black belt, and JP Mattis, kickboxing coach. So both these guys come from great camps. Round 2, here we go.
Hey, Drew, that's one thing we know. You know, maybe that's where Malcolm gets that pressure from. Training with Mop. Mop's really good. His jiu-jitsu game always is about keeping the pressure on guys.
Garrett just missed with a big head kick.
Malcolm squaring up a little too much.
Malcolm lands a nice right hand. Oh, these guys are just throwing. Both doing a good job of slipping just out of the way.
Malcolm with a good right hand to lead into a takedown. Garrett tried for maybe a triangle attempt there, it looked like, but
yeah,
Malcolm
like
was able to keep off it and secure the takedown.
Yeah, he tried flying something off of that, but crafty, but Malcolm was able to smother it. And I believe he's in half guard now, kind of hanging out, keeping the pressure on.
Again, Malcolm doing a good job of keeping his chest heavy, keeping his shoulder in Garrett's face, working for that pass. Assume he's probably going to work to get to mount again. Oh, he might get reversed here.
Malcolm gets rolled.
Malcolm trying to take the back off this reversal. Looks like he's not going to be able to do it.
He's going to end up in side control. He's going to give up his back again.
Malcolm trying to get back on top.
Does a good job of hunting the single, but almost gave up his back.
Drew, one thing I noticed difference between these two guys is when Malcolm takes side control, he works to keep the pressure and secure the position. When Garrett took it, he instantly started trying to land punches, and that might be what allowed Malcolm to get back out and get on top again.
Right, he's doing a really good job of controlling the position. Now that he's here in mount, he's got to look to not get rolled. Garrett has a good buck and roll. There's a good oompa and roll. So we'll see if Malcolm can hang on to top position here without getting rolled off. What he could do here is get his arms wide and really sink his hips down, make Garrett carry his weight, but he's doing a good job posturing up here, landing some nice strikes.
Garrett was doing a good job of keeping Malcolm low, keeping him from attacking, but now here he let go.
Oh, Malcolm lands a big right hand. Both these guys looking pretty tired, Sammy.
Yep. What he doesn't want to do, Drew, is what he was doing there, sticking his arms up. He doesn't want to get up an arm bar, and he doesn't want to turn down and get over his back either.
Right, Malcolm going for an arm trap here, it looks like. And he's got full mount now. He's got to watch getting rolled. Garrett has given up his back. See if Malcolm can put the hooks in and get this choke, or just finish it with strikes here.
Garrett trying to maybe come out the back there.
Looking to come out the back. Malcolm needs to get his underhooks and extend. Garrett should be looking to peel those hooks and get up. Got 10 seconds left in this round.
Malcolm landed some heavy shots.
Let's see if Malcolm can get the finish. Garrett survives to round 3. Woo!
Wow. What a good finish to that round by Malcolm Elsey.
Great finish to that first round. What a great first fight for both of these guys. To get this kind of experience, they're going to go 3 rounds. They're both grappling. They're both extremely tired, which could play a factor in this third round. Who can push the pace, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a really good thing to get out of the way early in your career, too. One thing I notice is for these guys' first fights, they don't look too nervous. They don't look real anxious, real jittery. They look like they're sticking to their technique pretty well. You know, they were a little jumpy on their feet, but as far as their grappling, it looks like another day in practice for them.
Right, yeah, it looks like both these guys have been putting in the work. Both guys come from quality camps. What a great first MMA debut for both these guys. Really impressive. Really excited for this third round. First round was close, but I gave it to Malcolm. Second round, was pretty much all Malcolm. So I'm excited to see how this third round plays out with both these guys being exhausted. Third round, here we go. Who wants it more? We're about to find out. Ooh, big right hand, just missed out of Garrett. Both these guys throwing good straight punches too.
I think what Garrett really needs to do here, Drew, possibly being down 2 rounds, is be the first one to get the takedown and to settle when he gets it, not instantly posture up.
Right.
I think he needs to secure the position and really lock this round in and try to get a real dominant round. Land lots of ground and pound and look for the finish if he can.
I'm worried about the chin of Malcolm here. Malcolm Elzey's carrying this chin just a little high. Ooh, and almost eats a head kick there for his troubles. Malcolm easily gets the takedown, but he's in a guillotine. This could be deep. Nope, he's out. Looks like Garrett might be just a little fresher, even though he just got taken down fairly easily.
Yeah, he's definitely good at staying active on bottom, but I think he really needs to work on either getting on top or getting up and then working for his own takedown, Drew.
It would be for his benefit to get up and get it back to striking, try and get the finish, being down 2 rounds. But he has an arm bar here, and that looks deep. Malcolm really needs to stack him. Uh-oh, this could be it. Malcolm doing a good job of getting the arm out. Good defense here, shown by Malcolm Elzey. Looks like he's splitting the legs. He's got a dominant position on top here. Oh, gave it up. He's now in side control. Just brilliant top control here by Malcolm.
Gonna look to take mount again, most likely, where he has been this whole fight. He's been doing a real good job. Yep, there it is.
He's got to be careful not to get rolled here again, so he needs to airplane his arms.
Yeah, Garrett's got that overhook, and that's right what he'll be looking for with that, too.
Malcolm trying to posture up here. Both guys too exhausted. This could be it.
Garrett needs a buck here, and then secure Malcolm, stay low. He does not want him to be able to posture up and throw punches like this.
Malcolm landing heavy shots. Dwayne Best taking a close look at this being an amateur fight. They will stop it before the guys are out. Malcolm really being steady with his work here.
Yeah, Jerry's not getting too anxious. He's keeping his pressure, he's keeping his position real well.
Right, a constant barrage of steady punches. Garrett gives up the back here. Malcolm's going to keep pounding away, and looks like if he holds the position here, he's going to end up with this decision victory. Garrett's really got to do something drastic. He needs to get up or get a submission. With 10 seconds left, Garrett really needs to go here. Malcolm ends the fight on top with throwing some soft shots. Great first fight for both these guys. Really exciting.
What a performance by Malcolm, Drew, especially against a wrestler, to be the one getting more of the takedowns and to spend most of the time on top like that. That's especially for a first fight, you know.
Right. Both those guys had an absolute great performance. Two guys look that comfortable in their first fights. A lot of times you see guys get sloppy. They got a little sloppy on the feet when they got tired, but other than that, they look technical. They were technical on the ground. It was a great fight, and looks like it's going to be probably 3 rounds to nothing for Malcolm. But absolutely phenomenal fight. Both these guys got a little swelling on their eyes. That's what you want. Take a little damage in your first fight, get to feel it out, get to see what 3 rounds feels like. Both these guys extremely exhausted in the cage recovering. You get that adrenaline dump of the first fight, those first fight jitters, it's real. Absolute great fight by both of these guys put on. All of tonight's fights are really, really evenly matched. So I'm not expecting a lot of first-round finishes. This whole card, top to bottom, is pretty evenly matched fights on paper, at least.
We go to the judges' scorecards. All three judges scored about 30 to 27 in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Out of the red corner,
Congrats to Malcolm LZ getting it done. First ever MMA fight, first ever fight ever. Was a good one for sure. But coming up next, one I am super excited about. Your weight class, Sam. We got a couple of flyweights going at it. We got Hugh Vu coming out of River City Warriors against Brady Kurt. And Brady Kurt is out of Farmington, Missouri, trains at Farmington Martial Arts. He's got a record of 1 win, no losses.
Yeah, Drew. And then we got Vu. I think this is his MMA debut. It says he has had a few kickboxing matches before, but he says here that the reason he wants to do MMA is because he wants to take people down. Sounds like he wants to experience the whole deal.
Yeah, he was a good high school wrestler, so he's looking to try and use that to his advantage. We're going to go down to the cage to the announcer here, and then we'll start talking a little facts about these guys.
Okay, apparently only a few of you are. Let me try that again. How many of you are from St. Louis?
We got a lot of people in attendance here tonight. Sold out crowd, 850 strong.
Of some crazy ass fight fans, and I want you all to prove it right now as we head to the fourth bout of the evening. Coming to the cage first, Brady Kurt.
And here he comes, Brady Kurt, the Birdman. Brady Birdman Kurt from Farmington, Missouri, fighting out of Farmington Martial Arts, fancies himself as a freestyle fighter, has an MMA record of 1 win, no losses, and he is fighting at 125 pounds. Extremely tall for this weight class, Sam, 5'10".
Yeah, that's definitely going to be, if he can utilize that reach and keep his distance the whole time, he'll definitely be able to use that as an advantage.
Especially with Hugh being only 5'1".
Yeah, that's a giant height advantage and obviously a giant reach advantage that comes along with it.
And this man is 24 years old and looks like, how old do we got Hugh there?
He was only 20, Drew, so making his MMA debut at a young age. One thing I think that's interesting about him, being a high school wrestler, he chose to kickbox a few fights before he went into MMA.
Really smart.
Personally, I think it's a really good move. Yeah, I think experiencing all the martial arts and learning how to put them together is a good move. I think you take some knowledge and some experience from those that you don't get when you just do MMA.
Right. And Brady Kurt tonight, he wanted to thank Guy Helm and Siler Horton, his main training partners. His favorite fighter, George St. Pierre. So we'll see if he has some wrestling in his background. I know he is a BJJ blue belt. So here we have a high school wrestler versus a BJJ blue belt. He said, why does he do MMA? Because he loves it. All right, talk to me a little bit about Hugh as he comes out here.
We got Hugh Majin Buu walking out, Drew. Sounds like a little Dragon Ball Z reference.
Oh, definitely. Big DBZ fan.
He is fighting out of the River City Warriors, and he says that his fight style is a wrestler, Drew. So even though, like I said earlier, he's a kickboxer, he likes to think of himself as a wrestler. So it'll be interesting to see, because we know he's got kickboxing. So will he want to take down the jiu-jitsu guy, or will he want to kickbox him and keep him on the feet?
Right, we're about to find out if he's going to try and keep this one standing, or if he's going to look to control the top and defend submissions. Let's see, he had a couple of training partners I know he wanted to thank tonight.
Yeah, he said he wants to thank Danny Wildridge and Brendan Wolf. You know, it's always good to thank your training partners getting ready for a fight, Drew. That's something that makes a real big difference.
Right.
You have guys.
Both those guys are on the card tonight. Danny already fought one on the first fight of the night, and Brendan's scheduled to fight later. So they've all been grinding together. That makes it a lot easier when you all have the same date, right?
Yep. He says his favorite fighter is a veteran of the sport, Forrest Griffin. So, chance he's been keeping up with this for a long time. Looks like he's coming out very respectful.
He's got some golden tipped hair. All right, here we go. We're going to send it into the announcer.
Introducing to you first, on my right, fighting out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 127.5 ready pounds. He's fighting out of Farmington, Missouri. This is Brady Kurt.
Big crowd here in support for Brady Kurt.
Introducing next on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at 126.5 pounds. Fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri. This is Hugh
Boo versus Brady Kurt. We got a short, stocky flyweight versus a tall, lean flyweight. I'm really excited to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it sounds like the crowd is too, Drew. They really got loud during that announcement.
Right, this one's going to be a good one.
Here we go, touch gloves.
Nice teep right away, coming out of the gate by Brady.
Both guys look like they're trying to play the middle here.
Ooh, good knee in the clinch there by Hugh. Ooh, nice break. He went for the shot and came up with a nice right hand. Ooh, another right hand out of Hugh.
Hugh doing really good keeping his hooks tight. He's leaning a little bit with his head, which, you know, you can't do too much. You got to look out for those kicks, but he's getting away with it right now, and he's landing good hooks. There's another left hook he lands.
He's doing a good job of being anti-clinch right now. He does not want to go to the ground with Brady. Brady's probably looking to try and pull here.
And, you know, Drew, utilizing that clinch, he's keeping the distance, too. He's keeping it in close. He's not letting Brady get far away and utilize those teeps, which is what Brady needs to look to do here. He doesn't need to let Hugh keep walking in like this. He needs to use those teeps, use those straight punches, keep him at bay, and beat him up, unless he's going to take him down.
Yeah, unless he wants to clinch the pull guard, which looks like he's looking to do that for a second. He has a nice jab, but he's just using it at the same time.
He landed some good shots, Drew. He's landed a big head roll. There's some of that high school wrestling we saw that Hugh mentioned.
He's got to be very careful in the guard here of Brady. He's going to back up and let him up. Touch gloves. Both these guys, exciting fights so far. Both these guys really skilled.
You know, Drew, not a lot of damage done. Nothing really scored with that takedown, but you know it is a takedown.
Yeah, and in the mind of the judges, it looks good. And Hugh so far landing the more powerful shots, but Brady's doing a good job with that nice stiff jab. He's just throwing it at the same timing every time. He needs to switch up the timing and tempo of that jab, and he can really make it work for him.
I think this is where Brady needs to stay for this fight. He needs to.
Ooh, big right hand out of Hugh.
He needs to keep Hugh against the cage while he stays in the center and keeps him away. He doesn't need to be stepping in. He's too close already.
You're doing a good job of sliding in and landing these big hooks.
Real good job, Drew.
He's taking his head just off center and letting him fly. It's beautiful to watch.
He's doing a good job of timing Brady's teeps, timing his punches. But here we see, looks like
Brady trying to work to the back, do anything he can to get this fight to the ground.
Yep. Brady keeping the pressure, keeping him on the cage, not letting him break away.
Good luck taking down a wrestler with that low of center of gravity.
Yeah.
Look like Hugh might be taking the back here, might be going, nope, back to the clinch.
Brady with the full tie clinch.
Ooh, big right hand on the break there again by Hugh. And one thing we know about Hugh after his wars that he's had with Ryan Horn in the NFA cage is he does not give up.
Nope.
He has cardio, and even when he's exhausted, he will throw until he can no longer throw. Big uppercut landed. Beautiful first round in the books. Definitely dominant round by Hugh Vu. Brady had a couple good moments, but that was all Hugh. Great first round. These guys are highly skilled, man. Also, a couple guys starting out their careers. A 1-0 guy versus a guy who only has a couple kickboxing fights. Really impressive what they're doing so far.
Yeah, Drew, I think if we're looking at the keys of success for the next two rounds for both these guys, I think Hugh either needs to stay in close enough to land his punches, but not tie up with Brady, because that's what Brady's going to do to stop that onslaught, that swarm of punches. And if he is going to tie up with him or allow him to tie up, he needs to instantly go for the takedown.
Right.
As far as Brady needs to keep his distance and not let Hugh get in close. And kind of the same thing. When these guys tie up, I think if they're not doing damage, they both need to be looking for a takedown here, because chances are the other guy is just trying to stay away from those punches that they're landing.
Yep, here we are, round 2. And if Brady wants to pull guard in the clinch, he needs to pull right away.
Yep, he needs to not
thought
hesitate.
about it a couple times, but he just needs to pull it. But exciting first round, and here we go, round number 2. We'll see if somebody's going to hunt a finish or pick up the tempo here in round number 2. Quick touch of the gloves, and we're back at it.
One thing, like you said, Drew, he's been in those wars and he doesn't stop. That definitely seems like it's helping his cardio game. This kid is just going forward the whole time. He's not stopping throwing punches.
Hugh landed a nice left hook, and Brady Kurt is hurt. But here he is on the ground. This is where he wants to fight, right here. Hugh doing a good job of just standing back up and not playing in that guard of Brady Kurt.
Yeah, Brady definitely making Hugh respect his jiu-jitsu game, Drew. Hugh, you can sense that. You can tell when he just backs off and lets Brady stand up. Brady's instantly working when he gets taken down. He's not resting and letting Hugh do damage.
Hugh's going to set up that right hand with this inside kick. Ooh, big right hand landed by Brady Kurt. Hugh loves to get in a slugfest. If Brady Kurt wants to stand toe-to-toe and bang, Hugh will do it. We've seen him do it in this cage before in a kickboxing fight. He will go toe-to-toe with anyone.
Hugh taking every opportunity he can to land these close inside hooks. And he's hitting him on the chin every time, Drew. So, I mean, props to Brady for having that good chin, taking these punches and still fighting through it.
What I really see, the difference in the striking here, is Hugh understands range. He is taking his head off center and sliding just in to land. Not many people with such a giant reach disadvantage can just land hooks at range. He's sliding his head just off center, landing some beautiful hooks, and he's just timing Garrett. Garrett's just kind of throwing punches to throw him. There's no real setups.
Oh, good hook landed by Brady Kurt.
This has been a great round so far. Really? Oh, they trade right hands. Brady Kurt starting to let the hands go now.
Both these guys are slinging hooks back and forth.
Now's the time where Hugh can think about, okay, if this round gets a little close, maybe he goes for the takedown at the end of the round to try and seal it or steal it if he's behind here. But this has been a close round so far. Hugh being a little more active, but Brady's landing some quality shots here.
Back in the clinch.
Yeah.
Brady keeping the pressure, keeping Hugh against the cage again. Looks like Hugh's trying to reach around to get that leg for a takedown.
Nice teep to the body there. Ooh, big right hand. Nice side kick there by Hugh. Both these guys starting to look a little tired here at the end of round 2. Really close round.
There again at the end, Drew, we see Brady coming in close and working for that clinch. And like you said, if he's going to do that, he needs to pull guard right away or work for some sort of takedown because he's in a good position to land strikes. But he almost gives up his own distance and stands in Hugh's distance. And that's why Hugh's able to land these hooks left and right over and over again every single time.
Right, and what we've seen there on the ground, when they went to the ground briefly, it looked like Brady was working quickly to get the back. Looks like he definitely has an advantage on the ground. So if you're in Brady's corner, you tell him to go out there, get the overhooks and pull guard and go for broke. With that second round being close, it might be 1-1. I think Hugh won the second round, but you never know. It was a close round.
Yep. But being in Brady's corner, you got to act like you didn't get either of the rounds. You got to go into the third round thinking you got to finish it, I think, because that second round was just too close to really know in your head that you have in the bag. I think he might need to try something different here, maybe work for a different takedown because every single time he's trying to take that back on the feet, and it hasn't been working for him so far. So if he's going to try something different, now's the time to do it.
Right. Exciting second round. Round 3, here we go. Who wants this fight? We're about to find out.
Both guys seeming a little more cautious this round than they were last round.
Hugh catches the teep and then comes up with a nice jab followed by right hand. Brady in the clinch landing some nice knees.
Brady with a big sense of urgency, looks like here.
Hugh might be in a little bit of trouble here. doesn't look like he's hurt, but he definitely looks like Brady's got his attention.
Drew, you mentioned Hugh catching those teeps every time. If you notice the way he's catching it, he really drops his hands a lot. Brady needs to capitalize on that and maybe fake one time and go to the head, come out with a punch, maybe question mark kick, something, because Hugh's dropping his hands a lot to catch those.
Good point, Sam. That would definitely be there, and that's what he needs right now to end this fight, because we're looking at him possibly having to get the finish, so he's going to have to put in a solid round here and hunt the finish. Good knee with Brady. Looks like he might have caught him on the chin with a knee, which in the amateur level, at the amateur level, it is illegal to knee to the head. And so they're gonna call a timeout for the foul. And we'll see if he gets pointed here. It looked like Hugh actually ducked out. It looked like Hugh ducked out of the clinch. So when you do that, that's on you.
I mean, Brady was throwing knees to the body the whole time. He really didn't look like he was trying to hit him in the head with that one.
No, he was just throwing knees, and Hugh ducked out of the clinch. Did what you're not supposed to do and duck out. When you get a punch, you need to stand tall.
I was just about to say, that's one thing you're taught, in the pros, you don't want to duck out of that because it's legal to hit you in the head. And it's not a good idea to do it in the amateurs either because, even if it's not legal, you still got kneed in the face, which is now obviously what you want in the third round of a fight that you're most likely winning.
Right, because if it's your fault, guess what? You lose the fight. You know what I'm saying? You go ducking out of the clinch and you get knocked out. Well, it was on you.
Looks like he's okay, though. He was shaking his head a little bit, but he looks like he's all there.
Ooh, good left hook landed by Hugh. Looked like that knee actually landed right in his lips. That's what he was complaining about, his mouth. Crowd chanting Brady, getting him fired up to try and win this fight.
Drew, I say for the third round, Brady just looks a little hesitant when he goes to those takedowns. He ducks his head and he kind of reaches with his arms, but he doesn't commit with his hips. He doesn't penetrate.
Oh, here we go. He might have it here. No, good sprawl by Hugh. Good sprawl by Hugh. He's where he wants to be.
See if he can make something out of it here. Trying to take the back. Brady keeping that ankle.
Hugh could really go for the Kimura trap here and get the crucifix. He's got the arm trap. Looks like Hugh might be going for the Kimura here. Nope, he softened him up.
Brady needs to work here. He doesn't want to hang on this leg. Even if
he was
surviving
winning this round. He was winning.
You don't want to just survive.
Uh-oh. This could be it. This could be it. Nope. We're in a scramble here. Hugh lands up full mount. We'll see how the BJJ blue belt handles being mounted here. We still got a good amount of time left for Hugh to work.
Hugh working the body a little bit, trying to score whatever points he can. Brady doing a real good job of keeping Hugh low, not letting him posture up to land any heavy shots. Trying to buck him off.
Hugh doing a good job of controlling the position. Not really landing a lot of damage, but this is winning him the fight right here.
Good performance by Hugh Vu.
Yeah, great performance. First MMA fight. Brady Kurt looks disappointed. Not the performance he was looking for tonight, but he has a good future out of him. He's got to work out a couple of the kinks, but good wrestler, kickboxer, and Hugh Vu. He's also got a bright future, and I believe he's going down to 115 to try and mitigate the height difference for him.
Yeah, he'll be a super tall 115er. He's already a super tall 125er, and he took some heavy shots. We didn't get beat up too bad, really. It looked like he was just a little hesitant in some of the things he was doing in this fight. I think that'll improve with experience, and he'll definitely have a decent future in this sport if he can just stick with it, keep it up.
Hugh Vu looking good with his frosted tips out there, really excited. He believes he won the fight. We believe he won the fight. We'll see what the judges have to say. If you're joining us on Twitch, feel free to add us, follow us, and send it to a friend. Let's share out that link, okay? Hit that follow button and tell your friends, all right? We're streaming live on Twitch, and you guys can watch the fights for free. Every time we sell out, we're going to be here streaming the fights for free, and we're going to keep selling this venue out every single time. So you guys can join us on Twitch, follow us, like, share, subscribe, Follow the Nemesis Fighting Alliance on Facebook, on Instagram, on all the social medias, and now we have our Twitch account going. We really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. It wouldn't be possible without the fans. And now we throw it into the cage for the official decision.
After 3 grueling rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored this bout 30-27 in favor of the winner. Out of the red corner,
First win of his young MMA career. Good show of respect coming out of all the corners involved. A couple of really great camps in there. You got Farmington Martial Arts and River City Warriors. Eric Clarkson has a up-and-coming team of killers over there. Those guys are really putting in the work. They've been grinding out there for a while. They haven't been in St. Louis for a really long time, but they're really putting out some quality fighters. Love working with those guys. We look forward to working with the Farmington Martial Arts guys some more. And next fight we have coming up, 170-pound fight. We have Ian Durst versus Joseph Brown. A couple of also very, very new guys.
Jordan Dowdy.
In the house we have Jordan Dowdy, Bellator veteran. He's here cornering a couple of his teammates out of the Wolves Den and out of the Hit Squad.
Coming to the cage next, here is Joseph Brown.
All right, we have Joseph Brown, formerly out of ATT, now an independent fighter. What can you tell me about Joseph here on this buy-in?
Well, Drew, we got another guy making his MMA debut tonight. A lot of good guys starting out. It's a great thing to see for the sport. People getting into it. People wanting to make something out of it.
Notice he calls himself the legend.
Yeah, Drew, it's good. You know, I mean, you gotta have self-confidence when you come in.
Gotta have confidence.
And to have that for your first fight is a good thing. You know, you never want to be overconfident, but especially on your first fight, it's good to not get too nervous and you know, just make the most you can out of it.
Yeah, and another Joseph Brown, also another one of those guys who said, I don't want to cut weight. He said, I'm against it. Said, I'm not going to cut the 55. He said, you know what, I walk around in the 60s. I'm going to fight up at 170 until my body gets down to 155. Looks like a lean, tall, lean guy. Doesn't look particularly small for 170 pounds, but I kind of like seeing these guys starting out not wanting to cut weight. And here we have Ian Durst coming out of the Hit Squad, Granite City. He trains with under some killers. Jordan Dowdy, Bellator vet, Cy Woods. Cy Woods has fought the who's who of mixed martial arts. I mean, he fought Tyron Woodley. I mean, this man has fought Michael Chandler. So when you're training with a guy who's been in the cage with 2 world champions, that's a good place to be. Ian Durst comes... he does not have a nickname, but I'm going to make one up for him. I'm going to call him Being Ian Durst because everyone likes to be Ian. He's such a cool guy. He's had a lot of struggles in his life, and just getting back in the cage has been a long, long road with a lot of personal struggles. And he's got a fighting style of BJJ and kickboxing. He's 5 foot 11 inches tall, 26 years old. He'd like to thank the Hit Squad for all the training for this fight, Jordan Dowdy and Cy Woods. His favorite fighter is Stephen Thompson, and he likes MMA because it's pure.
Let's get this next match started. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 161.8 pounds. He is fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri. This is Joseph Brown. And his opponent on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at 171 pounds, and he's fighting out of Granite City, Illinois. This is Ian Durst.
Drew, one thing I noticed, you mentioned Joseph Brown not wanting to cut weight, which, you know, some guys like to cut weight. Some guys do fine not doing it. Some guys, I mean, no one likes to cut weight, but some guys do better when they cut a lot. Some guys, it's just not their thing. One thing I noticed about both these guys being the same weight, Ian Durst definitely looks like he has a little bit of a size advantage. he looks big and lean for this weight class compared to Joseph Brown.
Yeah, Ian, I believe, started this camp walking in the high 190s, close to 200 pounds. So he's going to have a drastic size advantage tonight. We'll see what Joseph can do here. He's going for the takedown. Ian ends up on top, right in the side control. Ian, who's been training BJJ under Nick Sanders over at the Hit Squad, he's really come a long way with his jiu-jitsu. It'll be interesting to see how Joseph Brown handles this, being an independent fighter, being stuck on the ground.
Joe definitely trying to stay active, but he looks like he's almost giving up his back here, trying to turn away, which is not a good thing to do, especially against a guy who says he's a jiu-jitsu fighter.
Right. I suspect Ian to step over to mount here probably, or take the back.
Ian could split the legs here. Joseph's raising that leg. There, just like you said, Drew, he's taking the back.
Joseph going for a wrestler stand-up, trying to hit a switch here. Just reaching back. Not really getting his hips away from Ian.
I think that's a common thing we see a lot, Drew, especially with new fighters, is reaching back for the head. You know, you're taught that in wrestling, too. You don't want to reach back for the head when you're on bottom. But, you know, most of the time it usually doesn't end up in a good position. You either give up position, you get put into a dangerous spot, and right here we saw it again. He basically gave up his back by doing that.
Ian Durst landing a couple of nice knees. Now he's looking to take the back here. He's got both boots in. He's got him stretched out here, starting to stretch him out. Joseph trying to keep the posture. He's flattened out. This could be it. Ian Durst is looking to posture and end it. He's looking up at the referee. Not quite enough to be a finish yet, but he could slap on the choke here and get it done. Or trap an arm. Good shots here. Beautiful control by Ian Durst. Look how he's sinking the hips down, just keeping Joseph's hips glued to the mat.
Joseph trying to get his legs together to go between the feet of Ian Durst on bottom, maybe try to get one out and start working to turn up again. Back to half guard.
To his corner. Ian talking to his corner. He's just going to posture and keep pounding it until Dwayne stops. He needs to really put some power on here. Dwayne Best giving him every opportunity, and that's going to be it. Beautiful, dominant performance by Ian Durst. Just put him in a position where he could not defend himself. There is no intelligent defense when you have your back taken and flat on the hips. Beautiful performance by Ian. Congratulations. You got Sal Woods and Jordan Dowdy in your corner. You're going to be a good prospect.
Drew, that's just, you know, like you said earlier, having veterans like that in your corner, those guys have been around, and Ian definitely looked like he had trained his technique. You know, we saw Joseph kind of, like I said, reaching back for the head, just scramble a little more on bottom, and when you have guys that have that much experience in your corner, you're good at slowing down and taking the proper steps when they're available instead of trying to rush through to whatever your closest option is.
Right, and Joseph Brown, hats off to him for taking the fight. I think he, being a solid athlete, if he got into a good camp, he looked calm, he looked composed, and there it just looked like there was a skill deficit. So if he got into a good gym, I have no doubts that he could make a run at this amateur MMA thing. He's definitely a talented athlete. We just didn't get to see a lot out of him because Ian Durst is just that good tonight. All right, coming up next, we're going to go to the cage for the official decision. Looks like we're going to have a TKO by Ian Durst.
Your winner by TKO, 2 minutes, 36 seconds into the first round. Out of the red corner, Ian Durst!
Big congrats to Ian Durst coming out of the Hit Squad. Picks up another win tonight in that MMA cage. Really, really excited to see the rest of his career.
Moving on, Drew, we got some K1 action. This will be our first K1 kickboxing bout of the night. We got John Brandon taking on Anthony Priest.
It's our second K1 fight. The first fight of the night also was K1.
Oh, that's right.
Ended in injury, unfortunately. But yeah, Johnny Buckets, Johnny Pomo, he's got 10,000 million nicknames. This man fought on our last show, MMA, trains with Nick Pipitone. Really an exciting fighter. He likes to talk in there. He likes to throw crazy stuff. He's super exciting. And he's fighting Anthony Priest. Anthony Priest trains under Nick Alsop and out in Granite City. I don't know if I quite have a bio on him. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we have Johnny Promo and Johnny Buckets. And we have Anthony Priest fighting out of Belleville, Illinois at Fifth Element. I'll let you talk more about him when he comes out.
But hey, the whole point of an intermission is to rest and get your energy back. So
after this fight, we're going to have a short intermission.
Hell for this fight and earning that intermission. This next bout is being contested under K1 rules. Coming to the cage first is Anthony Priest.
Drew, first thing I noticed when comparing these guys is obviously going to be the height difference here. Anthony Priest walking out at a 5'4" versus John Brennan's 5'11". You know, another fight where we got one guy who's most likely going to want to keep the distance and one guy who's going to want to work the inside. The last fight tonight that we saw like that was Huvu. He was able to work the inside the whole fight, get inside, land hooks. We'll see if Anthony Priest is going to be able to do that or if John Brennan keeps him at bay.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And Johnny is, though he's an independent fighter, actually I think he's fighting out of Arnold BJJ now. But he used to be an independent fighter. Now he's got a good team behind him. Super exciting. Anthony Priest has come in for sparring months ago. Wasn't technical, but man, was he tough. So we got a really tough guy versus another really tough guy who's exciting. I have a feeling this fight is going to be a lot of action. I don't think you're going to see. I don't think you're going to see a lot of feeling out process. I don't think you're going to see a lot of patience. I think Johnny is going to come after him.
John Brennan.
Yeah, Drew. Two more debuts tonight in the kickboxing world. We know John Brennan's fought MMA before, so that's definitely going to be able to give him some experience in this fight. But
yeah, he's had one MMA fight. He's 0-1. He lost that fight to a top prospect, Sam Fragoza. But he's coming to us tall, lean, and ready out of Arnold BJJ. And this man is exciting fighter to watch. Anthony Priest, though, he is no chump. The man is tough as nails. I've seen him in the gym take shots and just keep on coming. So I'm very familiar with both these guys. Actually, they both come in for some sparring, and this one's going to be exciting. But noticeable right out of the bat here is, man, Johnny is a tall flyweight. You being a flyweight yourself, how do you deal with these tall guys? You fought a 6'3" flyweight. So how do you deal with that kind of reach disadvantage?
Well, Drew, personally, you know, I deal with it in MMA, not in kickboxing, so I have a lot more options. And for me, you know, it depends on the guy. I think a lot of times people look at the shorter fighter and they think, oh, he has to get the takedown, which isn't necessarily true. You know, we see a lot of guys in the pros. If you're able to work the inside and cut angles, you can duck under, you can slip past those long kicks, those long punches that these tall guys throw. As far as kickboxing goes, that's what Anthony Priest needs to do tonight because he doesn't have any option to go for the takedown. So he's going to need to work the inside and stay out of John Brennan's range during the fight. And once he moves in, he needs to be at his own range. He doesn't need to sit at the end of Johnny Brennan's punches.
Yeah, John Brennan wants to thank his sponsor, Pomodoros, tonight. So he's sponsored by Pomodoros, here to represent their brand. And so excited for this fight. It's going to be a lot of action. Here we go.
He's fighting out of Belleville, Illinois. This is Anthony Priest.
Big reception coming from the crowd for Anthony Priest.
His opponent on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in at an even 127 pounds, and he's coming at you out of Arnold, Missouri. This is
to go is John Brennan. This guy trains hard. We got a quick touch of the gloves here. Priest coming right after him.
Right off the bat, Drew, I noticed Priest is leading in with his head forward and his hands real low.
Swinging wide.
It's going to be real dangerous if Brandon decides to back up and counter that.
Yeah. Johnny really using his range well right at the moment, but the non-stop pressure of Priest is going to give him some problems. It's K1, so you just can't stay in the clinch. It's got to be one knee and break. Actually, I believe they're letting him work for 3 seconds tonight. So they get a 3-second clinch, and then they got to work out of it. Ooh! Priest landed a big right hand there. This body shot could be it. We'll see if Priest can make it up for the count. He's up. We'll see if the referee lets him continue.
Brandon needs to not get too anxious here. Keep his range and pick his shots.
Yeah, he's going to go right back for that body, I'm sure, as soon as he gets that range back. Just pushes Priest off. He's like, come on, let's fight. He's going to try and keep his range. He's going to be hunting that body. I see it.
One thing I noticed here is both guys backing up straight and going forward straight. There's not a lot of angles being cut, and it's resulting in one guy on the cage every single time. That's why they're clinching so much. Neither guy's really circling. Neither guy's really cutting any angles here.
Yeah, Brendan getting warned for the knees there. That was almost close to the head and was intentional, but it missed. So getting pretty close to the knees of the head is hard when he's that tall and he's fighting such a short opponent to get a knee to land where it needs to go. Just 2-minute rounds in these K1 fights.
Looked like Johnny Brandon might have got a little too overexcited and slipped off that kick for a little bit.
Priest is fired up. He's ready to fight. And that's the end of round one. Really close round. Not a lot of clean shots landed at all. Both guys just kind of clinched and more grappling in that K1 fight than anything.
Yeah, Priest had landed a couple good overhand rights as counters. I think he's got to be careful, though, because a lot of those overhand rights are landed after being wide open. He opens both hands to throw one of them, which is not what you want to do. That other hand's got to stay up, especially against a long guy, because like I said earlier, if Brandon decides to back up and counter, it's gonna be a long night for Priest.
Right, and Johnny landed a good liver kick in that round. It actually dropped Priest, so that's a 10-8 round. So in order for Priest to win this fight, the judges have the option to score that 10-8. But in order to win this fight, Priest is most likely going to have to get a finish or win these next 2 rounds pretty big. And here we go, we're back at it. Johnny really needs to try and find his range, start pumping his jab out more. Throw a nice stiff one out there to keep Priest from bringing that pressure in.
One thing I do notice right away, Drew, is Brandon is switching stances pretty regularly. I don't know if he's doing it more habitually or if he has a real technique behind it, because it almost seems he's kind of just switching when he feels like it. He needs to switch to cut off the cage and keep Priest against it.
Right. He switched a lot in his MMA fight. He's got to switch and throw off of it. That'll be the secret to making that work. Doing a good job now finally because he's got a little range. And Priest isn't just running forward. Priest needs to try and keep closing that distance. He's going to get picked apart here at range. Johnny doing a good job. Looks like he's starting to settle in, find the range. That is an illegal technique in K1. He should receive a warning for that. You can't. It's not Muay Thai. You can't do any throws. So. Johnny probing with that jab. Priest trying to rush in. Priest landing that right hand, but I like to see him throw a 2 and then step in with another one. Throw 2 in a row because Brennan keeps his hands super low.
Back in the clinch for these guys.
If this was a Muay Thai bout, Johnny would be in all kinds of trouble because those would all be scoring big. But this is K1. You can't do that. And honestly, he should be getting warned every time he throws him to the ground like that. Also shouldn't be coaching. He needs to go to a neutral corner. Trying to get the shin guard fixed of Johnny Brandon here.
Drew, one thing Brandon could do here, obviously sweeps throws aren't legal in this kickboxing fight, but Brandon could utilize maybe trying to move Priest before he lands those knees a little bit more instead of just trying to fire off knees as fast as he can, because he's landing big shots when he lands them.
Now they're getting after a little bit with 10 seconds left. Ooh, right at the end of the round. Johnny lands a nice knee 1-2, and I think might have hurt him. Looks like Priest is complaining about his shoulder. Maybe his shoulder might be out. Dr. Macklin coming in, take a look at it. Third and final round coming up. I think that Johnny Brandon is pretty much in control of this fight with a possible 10-8 first round, and that round definitely going his way. He landed more shots, more significant strikes. And I think Priest might have a little shoulder problem right now. Looks like his shoulder is hurting, so. But he's moving around. He's going to come out and fight and give it his all in this third round, and he needs the finish here, so.
Priest looking a little tired going into this third round. Johnny Brandon looks like he's good to go.
Yeah, like I said, he trains hard. He's always in shape, and he's really exciting to watch. Ooh, big right hand by Priest. One thing I can tell you from having both these guys in the training room, Anthony Priest has improved tremendously in the last couple of months. So it's good to see that there's progress being made.
Priest definitely looking like he's either tiring or something's hurting on him, Drew. After every exchange, you're kind of seeing him way back towards the cage.
Looks like the body maybe or the shoulder is having problems. Again, you can't do that in K1. In Muay Thai, that's fine.
He's really just body locking him and running forward, which, I mean, if anything, is a wrestling takedown. You know, he's not even sweeping him. It'd be different if he was catching a kick and kicking Johnny's leg, but he's just grabbing around his body and running forward with him.
Right, and there he goes again instead of punching.
I mean, now he's almost reaching for it.
Good work here by Johnny, staying busy, taking angles, working some knees. He's going to stay on him here. He's looking for this finish. Throwing up a nice little head kick. That's something I kind of thought he could have set up earlier in the fight. It's been there the whole fight.
Yep.
Just missed with a body kick there.
Especially after landing those body kicks earlier, you know. Priest it looks like he's really covering that body. Those are definitely getting to him. Johnny could fake or go one to the body and then come up top. Priest is keeping his hands real low.
Good leg kick there. Like to see him fake that leg kick and go high now. Just like that, yep. Ooh, he's landing. With 10 seconds left, Johnny's landing some significant strikes.
Brandon landed everywhere.
Another takedown. That should be a point. Kind of anticlimactic ending there due to the shove.
Yeah, Drew, in all reality, I mean, you know, we hate to see it, but with all these takedowns in this kickboxing match, a point should have been given out a long time ago.
A long time ago, or a warning or something.
If you do it 3 more times after a point, you know,
should be disqualified.
You're rarely pointed again without being disqualified.
Yeah, that's not something you can do in K1, and That's something I'll be asking the commission about, because we need to have a clear set of K1 rules here for these athletes.
Brandon being a good sport about it, you know, he got right back up, came back at him every single time. He didn't sit there and complain and try to get Priest pointed.
Right.
Kept fighting the fight, and it looks like it's most likely going to pay off for him.
Right, and it's he definitely won the fight. In you know, Priest's first fight, inexperience showed a little bit, but he should really be proud of how far he's come in the last few months to get in here. And it's not like he fought bad. It's just the rules. You can't do that. He had several fouls in the fight, and unfortunate, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, Drew, I think if he, you know, a lot of the punches that Johnny Brandon landed were just because Priest left himself so open the whole time. I think if, you know, he can tighten up a little bit, keep his hands up a little bit more, you know, he'll be able to counter and land those big overhand rights.
I'm going to leave you with the official decision, and I will be right back.
After 3 brutal rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard, where we have a unanimous decision. All 3 judges scored about 30 to 26 in favor of your winner. Out of the red corner,
Johnny Brandon with a well-earned decision tonight. Showing a lot of respect right over to Anthony Priest. Both men looking like they're showing respect for each other. Brandon looking fresh after this decision. Doesn't even look tired. And we are going to go ahead and break for an intermission after this fight. When we come back, we will be getting ready for Keegan Irish versus Stephen Lowe.
Hi, my name is Drew Gigax, currently fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri. Head trainer's Quentin O'Brien right now. I fight K1 Muay Thai, 25 years old. As an amateur, I won 18-2, 13 finishes, held the national title, held multiple regional titles. I also fought for Team USA. As a pro, I'm now 2-0, 1 finish. April 13th, I'll be 3-0. I love it. I love the competition. I love the feeling of me and one other person in the ring, and one of us has to walk out a winner. When it comes to one person versus another, when it comes down to me against another guy, it's always going to be me, always. You can reach out to me directly at drewgigax@gmail.com. I am looking for more sponsors to join my team, and jump on it quick.
My name is Gennady Bitko. I'm from Republic of Moldova. I have been to many countries competing, from North Korea until to United States. The moment I came to Gladiators, we started to train for every moment of the fight. We look forward, you know, for destroying every step. I think Drew is a good athlete. I totally respect him, and I'm ready 100% for him. I'm looking forward to learning his timing to answer for every fist or for every leg. All of you, you'll see a great fight between us two. Will be very entertaining, different kicks, different punches, which you never saw before.
With your MMA debut winner, Hugh Vu. Hugh, how did it feel out there in your first MMA fight?
I mean, I don't even have words to say right now. Like, this has been like my dream. Like, kickboxing was great and all, wrestling was great, but nothing, I mean, nothing compares to this right now.
How was the energy in there?
Well, I can tell you this for sure. I'm not going to kickbox again. MMA is where my future is going to be. I promise you that.
All right, well, you did a great job. You looked phenomenal. I see that all the things you've been working on in training has paid off. Who would you like to thank tonight from your team?
Definitely want to thank Axe Wildridge. He's been actually my main coach for this entire camp. Actually, people in Panama City Beach, Florida, for giving me the opportunity to train with them. And also Coach Eric, literally, he's been the backbone of my entire fight camp. And Daniel Barnett, too. I can't do it without my amazing team.
Right, having a Muay Thai world champion in your corner is always a pretty awesome thing. So I got to ask you, what is next for Hugh Vu?
Honestly, I want to bulk up a little bit more, so I'm going to take at least a 6-month hiatus, but October, November, I'm coming back.
You heard it, guys. October, November, this man is coming back to the cage, and he's going to be ready. We're going to be back with more fights in just a bit.
Tonight, we have Keegan Irish taking on Stephen Lowe. Stephen Lowe making his way to the cage right now.
Looks like Stephen Lowe, the future, Stephen the Future Lowe. How do you get his nickname? He said his older brothers just gave him the nickname when he started training because he refused to quit, and they call him the Future. Trains at Brotherhood MMA. He's a kickboxer wrestler. He's got an 0-0 record, weighed in at 145 pounds. He's 5 foot 8 inches tall, weighed in at 141.9 pounds, only 22 years old. Really confident with his wrestling background. I believe he placed in the state championships in Illinois. So solid wrestler, but he's got a tall test with a BJJ fighter tonight, in Keegan Irish. But looks like he says his favorite fighter is Cain Velasquez, which a small guy that has a heavyweight as his favorite fighter, you know he's gonna like to bang. But look at the guy; he looks pretty physically imposing, and here we go. He said his brother made him pick his walkout song, and he said when asked why MMA, he said it's an extreme one-on-one sport where anything can happen and anyone can win. And it looks like there's some kind of issue in the walkout. I don't know if maybe doesn't have a cup in, waiting for officials or something. I'm not sure what the issue is here. He might not have a mouthpiece. Could be the issue. Now it looks like he has a mouthpiece, man.
What happened?
Not sure what the issue is here. Well, so far we've had a lot of green guys fight so far tonight. We're going to start getting to the more experienced portion of the card. We got a guy here who's placed in the state championships in Illinois, going against a BJJ purple belt.
One of the fighters was missing a piece of safety equipment. It's very necessary because without it, he can be talking like Mickey Mouse before he gets low.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't have an athletic cup in, so I'm sure somebody's going to let him borrow one, and we'll get it going. Announcer throwing a couple of little clown jokes there, but he's probably going to throw the cup in the shorts loose. You see that a lot happen with these guys. They forget their jock strap and they just throw a cup in the shorts. It's not really much of a protector, but you got to have it. You got to protect the boys.
Well, Drew, while waiting on that, you mentioned that he has a tall test ahead of him. Tall test is a perfect way to put it because we have Keegan Irish at 6'1" tonight, fighting at 145 pounds.
145. That is absolutely huge.
We've seen Keegan fight for NFA before, and if there's one thing about him we know, it's that this guy does a decent job of keeping his range, and he has some really good jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, really good jiu-jitsu. He's got good Muay Thai. Trains out at the Wolves Den with the rest of the guys out there, and good fighter. He went through a bunch of opponents, several backouts before. Stephen Lowe said, "You know what? My wrestling is enough to beat him." He said he watched the film on Keegan and said, "I'm going to beat this guy and I'm going to beat him bad." And him and his coach were very confident heading into this fight. So we're going to see if the wrestling is enough to deal with the jiu-jitsu of Keegan.
Stage on the corner like we did on the last one.
Both these guys really young in their careers. We do have a 50-50 raffle going tonight. I know you guys on Twitch can't really buy a ticket, but there's also a GoFundMe for Dan Lieberson MMA out there. If you go on GoFundMe and you want to help a young fighter who's made Team USA, who's going to be competing in the Bahamas at the Pan American Games, He might be competing at Tough Enough in Las Vegas, and I think he'll be at the World Championships in Bahrain this fall. So if you feel like helping a fighter out, look up Dan Lieberson MMA on GoFundMe, or you can find Dan Lieberson on Facebook, and he will be more than happy to set up some kind of sponsorship program with you. But if you guys are watching on Twitch tonight, give us a follow, give us a like, share out the link. We're trying to get as many people as we can onto this. We put on a great show for you guys, and it's free. So when we sell out, it's going to be free, and we sell out every time. So come on out to the fights. We're having a great time. Please share out that link. Ooh, announcer dropping some F-bombs on us. Put the beat button on that one. But here we go. I think he might have the Athletic Cup in. But as he mentioned, St. Louis Blues 2-0 in the playoffs right now. We're going to do a little bit of adjustments here, guys. We'll be back on the stream in just a second as the fighter is walking to the cage. We're going to adjust the camera so you guys can see Sam and I's beautiful faces a little better. Looks like the fighter is now in the cage. He's got his Athletic Cup in.
Coming to the ring next, Keegan Irish.
Now here comes Keegan Irish out of the Wolves Den Training Center. Sam, what can you tell me about Keegan?
Well, Drew, you said it right there. He's training out of the Wolves Den. Not only that, he also trains out of Gracie Humida in St. Louis. Those are two very, very good jiu-jitsu schools. And it's shown in both of Keegan's last two fights, you know, being a purple belt in jiu-jitsu. This guy has what it takes to take on wrestlers. We'll see if he has what it takes to take on this specific wrestler.
He fought a high-level wrestler in his last fight down at Cage of Honor in Cape. So he's used to fighting wrestlers, and Keegan can wrestle himself. He did a little high school wrestling with his jiu-jitsu, and he's really got some good cage wrestling. He's got a hyped-up corner down there. Keegan Irish, absolutely massive for a 145er. He's tall and he's stacked. He's not particularly skinny. He needs to come down this.
All right, we are back from intermission and live on Twitch. It's time to get the seventh match of the night started. Introducing to you first on my right, fighting out of the blue corner. He weighed in tonight at 141.9 pounds. He is fighting out of Decatur, Illinois. This is Stefan Lowe.
There we go. Now you guys can see us. A little camera adjustment. We got Keegan Irish versus Stefan Lowe. Here we go.
He is from St. Peters, Missouri. This is Keegan
Irish and low touch gloves. Keegan starting to get busy with his jab right away, trying to find his range. He's keeping the jab busy. It's not often you see an educated jab in MMA like that. Ooh, big shots there out of low. I figured he'd go to the wrestling as soon as he gets hit.
Keegan doing a good job of defending.
All right, Keegan trains with a lot of top-level wrestlers himself, with you among the others out at the Wolves Den, and he's just absolutely controlling Lowe in the clinch so far. Looks like he's got a little strength advantage. Good adjustment there by Lowe. But still doesn't have the right to mount is Keegan Irish.
Real good hips there from Keegan. He really just waited till Stefan went in and tried to posture upright to get his hips in, and then he just whipped him right down to the ground to his back.
Now he's got the back, and that's not where you want to be with a BJJ purple belt on top of you.
Nope, we've seen Keegan here before, Drew, and there was not much fight left after that.
Right, and in the way that Keegan started his career against really high-level competition, so he's no stranger to being in there for a long time with good opponents. Lowe doing a good job defending at the moment, fighting the hands. Keegan doesn't have both hooks in yet. He's still only got, he's got the one hook across, but he doesn't have the body triangle, but there it is. He's going to try and get the body triangle and flatten him out, put a little pressure on him. And I think he might have the choke here. Nope.
The body triangle is real deep. What Lowe needs to do now is he needs to get
he
back
might have
to
that
his belly and put the side that Keegan has his feet locked towards the ground. He wants that pressure to be on that side. He does not want to be
out.
Down.
Keegan Irish.
Another rear naked choke.
Another rear naked choke finish. Lowe upset with himself. He was very confident that he would come in here and get this W with his wrestling, and you saw a glimpse of it. He had a good adjustment for the takedown, and but Irish just stepped right over to the mountain, and that was a wrap. When you have the jiu-jitsu that man has, it's going to be difficult to get him off of you when he's on top. First round submission for Keegan Irish.
It's the first one of the night.
Making BJJ coach J.W. Wright and Mop Jitsu proud. And I wonder if he tapped or if he actually went out. I didn't see a tap, but he looked like he was awake, but I don't know. All right, and now we're going to throw it down to the cage for the official decision.
Your winner by rear naked choke. 1 minute, 59 seconds into the first round. Give it up for Keegan Irish.
Keegan Irish with the first round RNC gets it done. Really happy as coaches there. Got Mop Jitsu and Master Mattis, JP Mattis, the Muay Thai coach out there at the Wolves Den. All right, coming up next we have Brian Bauerkow, one of the most entertaining independent fighters you'll ever see, taking on Michael Manning. This was a fight that was supposed to happen a couple of times. So we got Barkow versus Manning, and this fight was supposed to happen a couple times, but Michael Manning showed up for the fight the last 2 times it was supposed to happen, and Barkow had a bit of issues making it to the fight, so he made it. He's here to fight, and he said he is ready.
Here is Trent Gibson.
Oh, it looks like we skipped one on our order there, but we have a little switch up in the order. We have Trent Gibson, and let me see here, I don't have this one on my list. We have Trent Gibson versus Brendan Bones Wolf. Out of. And Trent Gibson, his nickname is Tekken, from St. Louis, Missouri, fights out of Hans MMA. He's got an 0-0 record, 145 pounds, 5'6", and absolutely jacked, this guy, 27 years old. Favorite fighter is Uriah Faber, no surprise, kind of looks like him in the body. And he's been training with Kyle Warren, Justin Langford, and Lance DeCool, and he said he loves it.
We got Brendan Wolf making his way to the cage now. Says he picked the nickname Bones, similar to John Jones there. He says because he's bony. So we're going to have another classic short versus tall matchup, it looks like, tonight, Drew. Says he is a Muay Thai fighter and a wrestler. He's 1-0 coming into this fight. So both these guys pretty green coming into this. Good height difference between them. Brendan Wolf coming in at 5'10" against the 5'6".
Yeah, 5'6" versus 5'10". I got a fun fact on Trent Gibson. He says he has this rare condition that he has to eat a whole pizza every day, and fight camp has really hindered his condition, so he doesn't feel healthy. So he needs to get back to eating his one pizza a day. Really excited for this matchup. Both these guys outstanding athletes. You got Bones. He is coming out of River City Warriors again, and Coach Eric Clarkson. And then everyone knows that Hans MMA is doing some great things down there in their 2 locations that they have. They have a whole host of tough fighters. So if you come out of Hans MMA, you're going to be tough. If you come out of River City Warriors, you're going to be tough. This is going to be a great fight. With a huge crowd here.
Both these men say they consider themselves strikers and wrestlers. Wolf saying he's a Muay Thai fighter and a wrestler, and Gibson saying he's a kickboxer and a wrestler. So we'll see if this comes to the grappling, who has the advantage in the wrestling. These guys go right at it.
Gibson right in the single, has it. Looks like he's passed the side control right away. Or he's stuck in half guard.
Yeah, Wolf trying to keep that head. He's not really going to have much to use that with, being on having Gibson on the other side of his body. You know, if he wanted the guillotine, he really needs to switch, get his hips and his legs on the other side, or at least lock up a guard.
Yeah, Gibson content. He pops his head out. Now you're going to look for Gibson to go and do some work here, try and pass and land some damage.
Wolf trying to shrimp a little bit, but the cage seemed to get in the way. A little more out towards the center now.
Gibson doing a really good job of keeping top control here.
Yeah, Wolf seeming to move a whole lot on bottom, Drew, and with Gibson just sucking him to him, that's, at least for most people, that's going to get him tired real quick. We'll see how his cardio keeps up after this.
Good shrimping there by Wolf, getting it. Oh, attempts to get his guard back. He might be able to stand here. And they're back on their feet. Gibson got a hold of the head. Ooh, Wolf throwing hard. Right back to the canvas.
Wolf a little too anxious there with the striking.
Right, he gave him the hips.
Yep. Maybe needs to just, right now, shrimp out, work his way back to his feet, and then settle. Use his range a little bit when he gets back to his feet.
Ooh, Gibson now in full mount. And he's doing a good job of making him feel that pressure. He's got his legs off the ground, hips driven in.
Wolf did a good job reclaiming half guard there. I think Gibson got a little too anxious trying to land those shots and relieve some of the hip pressure when he went for it.
All right, and Bowen's trying for a sweep here. Gibson bearing him tight. He's got his full guard back. Let's see if he can get back to his feet again, because it looks like he was going to have an advantage there. He just overextended quite a bit when he threw that right hand and gave Gibson the hips.
Neither of these guys put themselves down as a jiu-jitsu guy, Drew, so we'll see kind of how this plays out in this position.
Right.
Wolf looking like he's maybe trying to play a little guard or at least keep the posture from Gibson. Gibson just trying to land shots here. Doesn't look like he's looking for many submissions or to pass at all.
Right, and when Gibson does throw, it's nothing but power. It's pure power. Look at that ground and pound. And 10 seconds left. Pretty dominant first round there for Gibson. Good wrestling, a lot of power, helps his opponent up. Great show of sportsmanship. Gibson does not look tired at all.
No, he looks like he's ready to go.
Not even breathing hard. Look at the chest of Brendan Wolf. Breathing extremely hard. He had to carry that weight of Gibson. Gibson did a good job of when he got full mount, lifting those feet off the ground and making Wolf carry every bit of that weight. Because you look at a guy like Gibson, he's probably 160, 165 pounds today. And it shows when he's on top of Bones Wolf there. Couple of great camps, couple of great fighters. I'm excited to see how round 2 plays out. If Bones keeps his range a little better and lands his shots, he was throwing hard. I want to see if Gibson goes right back to the takedown and where he's having a pretty easy way on top.
Yeah, Drew, even if Wolf considers himself the better striker in this fight, he needs to not get too overconfident with that. I think he came out swinging, thinking he's just going to overwhelm Gibson, but Gibson's like, well, I don't want to deal with that. I'm just going to go for the takedown. And Wolf needs to capitalize on that. Right now, he's already back against the cage. He needs to circle out here, get back out to the center.
Ooh, good takedown by Gibson. You can tell this guy really put in the work in the wrestling. The corner calling for the butterfly hooks.
Wolf's doing a good job of keeping his guard, keeping that overhook, not really letting Gibson posture up too much. Trying to go for a sweep here off the cage.
Yeah, he tried to wall walk up with his feet and roll over to top position, but
Gibson
looks like Gibson's really got some good top pressure.
Not a ton of damage being done here, though. A couple of hammer fists.
It looks like Gibson is content to kind of stay in the guard and
he's really
posture up and throw a couple shots every now and then. Now he's throwing some heavier shots. Wolf looked like he had a moment to get up, but see if he can push the head and stand here.
Wolf needs to take his right arm, and go for that whizzer right there, just like he did.
Back to his feet. Gibson has the body lock.
Needs to be careful here that he doesn't give him his hips too much and get taken down.
Wolf back up to his feet. Wolf really fighting these takedowns hard. Gibson staying glued to him.
Wolf trying to dig an underhook here. That's what he needs to do. He needs to dig that underhook and keep Gibson from reaching down towards that ankle or towards that knee like he's trying to do right now.
He gave up the underhook. Now he's going to get taken down.
Looks like Gibson's able to get lower again. Yep, he's realizing that. He needs to dig it again.
Yeah. Be a good idea for him to keep that underhook until he gets him all the way up. Well, good adjustment for the takedown there. Nice little angle on that double. Wolf has a hold of the head. Now he's coming back for the stand up against the cage.
Good stand up there from Wolf. Classic use of the whizzer and cross stepping. Utilizing the cage to get back up. But again, he's going for that double overs position, and he really, really, really needs to dig that underhook and keep Gibson from shooting back down to his legs, because we know what Gibson's game is by now. He's going to stay tight, he's going to keep him against the cage, and eventually he's going to drop for that takedown.
Yeah, he's really staying glued to him. He's just dominance by pressure by Gibson in this round. He didn't really land anything significant, but the pressure and relentless takedowns is what's getting him these rounds right now. With Wolf being down 2 rounds here, he's got to get the finish. So he's really got to come up with something different to defend that takedown and get the knockout here.
Yeah, Drew, I think he also needs to worry about circling when he comes out to the center of that cage instead of just going straight forward. I think he should come out, maybe play the backup and counter game a little bit more. I think he's getting too anxious about landing his strikes before he gives up the takedown, when in reality he needs to worry about not giving up the takedown at all. And in order to do that, he needs to not give Gibson his hips every single time.
Yeah, and I think for Gibson, the key to victory is to do the same thing. Why try and fix something that isn't broke? Go out there, get your takedown, land your shots, and then if there's an opportunity to finish, go for it. But if not, you're dominating the fight. So why change something up at this point? Here we go, round 3. Can Wolf get the finish? Ooh. Good right hand there by Wolf. He defends this takedown. Wolf now on top.
Wolf might have rocked him a little bit with that right hand. He did a good job right there. He circled, he countered, he threw a couple right hands. He almost gave up the takedown once he planted his feet, but he did a good job of dropping his level, stopping the takedown, and then countering, using his hips to get on top.
Such a good adjustment there by Wolf.
He needs to settle here and not give up a reversal.
Right, he doesn't want to get ruled at this point. He's got a dominant position, and he can get a finish here. It looks like he really likes to be on top himself. Gibson doing a good job of standing back up. He's going to try and go for the single.
Wolf landed some good shots here, but once again, he gives up those underhooks and he's right back against the cage.
Yeah, he
needs to keep this edge he has right now.
Gibson might be getting a little tired here. He's got double unders. If he spreads those legs and turns his feet, he won't get taken down here.
Yeah, one thing he doesn't want to do is be square up against this cage.
Yeah, he's got to turn his feet. He keeps his feet pointing out. It's easy to get the hips. And just like that, he's back down again.
Gibson does a good job of pulling that wrist out, securing the takedown. And we're right back where we have been.
Yeah, we had a good sign of life there by Wolf, but Gibson able to stifle that, and now he's back on top doing what he does. Gibson on top trying to land some big ground and pound. Gibson again posturing up, landing some big shots here. Wolf's really got to get up and try and get something going on the feet with a short time left.
Yeah, Drew, you know, he's worrying a lot about keeping Gibson down, not letting him posture up, when in reality, now's the time you just got to give it all you got to try to get up. Not so much surviving, not so much trying to catch your breath, because you don't have enough time for that left in this fight. You know, he's doing a great job of securing that overhook every single time. I think he needs to maybe work with that and utilize it a little more. Work for a stand-up instead of maybe trying a submission or trying to go for punches. He's had a couple decent sweep attempts, but being a wrestler, all stocky like Gibson is, he has a really good base. He's going to be a hard guy to sweep.
Ooh, big punch to end this fight. Wow. Gibson ends with a bang. I think Trent Gibson has a bright future ahead of him. First fight, brilliant performance for his first fight. Got the takedowns whenever he wanted, and I think there at the end when he popped, I think you're going to see that more in his game as he progresses in his career. It's tough when you're starting out to as a wrestler to gain that posture and land those heavy strikes.
Go get us some water.
Fantastic fight by these two guys.
Yeah, I got it.
After 3 grueling rounds, we have a unanimous unanimous decision. All three judges scored the bout 30-27 in favor of your winner, Trent
Trent Gibson with the unanimous decision victory tonight, winning all 3 rounds on all 3 judges' scorecards. Did a great job utilizing his wrestling and working for that same takedown he did every time. Like Drew mentioned earlier, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. He came out, he had a game plan, he executed beautifully, and it got him the win tonight. Moving right along, we now have Brian Barkow versus Michael Manning. We saw Brian Barkow fight last time on this NFA card. Tonight he's fighting Michael Manning. He comes in at 2 wins, 1 loss. Says that he's a wrestler, fighting out of DeSoto, Missouri tonight.
Fighting out of DeSoto, Missouri, trains again at Hans MMA. His fight style, he's a wrestler.
Here is Michael Manning.
Mike Manning versus Brian Barkow. The fight that was supposed to happen a couple times is finally happening. We have Manning walking out with Coach Lance DeClue, Kevin Hahn in the corner. No, that's not Kevin. My apologies. No, it's not Kevin, but it's walking out there with his coaches. Really, really exciting fighter. He had his only loss in our show. He was absolutely dominating the fight, and literally with seconds left, he was submitted. So you're looking at a guy who really could be undefeated right now at 3-0 versus 2-2 Brian Barkow. So this is a really evenly matched fight. This is a fight they've been trying to make happen for a while, and Manning is really excited about getting in the cage with Barkow because he's had a couple backouts on him with Barkow before. So the fight is finally going down.
And coming to the cage second, here is Brian Barkow.
Brian Barkow rocking a beautiful top knot as he comes out to the cage. This dude is a fitness freak. He's absolutely shredded. He does most of his training on his own. He cross-trains all over Illinois. Brian's a really, really interesting guy, man. He's kind of a nomad of sorts. He's a really nice guy, but he'll hop gym to gym and gets his work in when he can. Sleeps out of his car a lot of times. He said he'll drive to a gym, sleep in his car, and stay there for a couple days.
You know, Drew, it's not the traditional way of doing it, but if it works for you, MMA is such a new sport, and you know, there's so many different ways to go about it. There really isn't a path that's set in stone, and I think it's interesting to see all the different routes that new fighters are taking to do what they see as the best way to get to the top.
Right, Sam, and this is going to be a pretty big size advantage for Manning going into this fight. And Barkow is one of those guys that doesn't cut either. He walks around at the weight, actually walks around a little smaller than 85, and Manning cuts some weight to make it happen. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Michael
The crowd erupts for Manning.
And introducing his opponent on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at 185 pounds. He's from Detroit, Illinois, where he's a member of the SFG Gym. This is Brian Barkow.
I will say, Drew, you know, this is the third guy tonight that we've had mentioned that they don't really like to cut weight. You know, between him, Malcolm Elsey, and Keegan Irish, all three of these guys walk around very lean for their weight class. They're not, you know, it's not that they're lazy, they don't want to cut weight. It's just that they're already healthy at the weight that they're at, and they're able to perform there. You know, so far both the guys earlier didn't cut weight have won their fights. So we'll see if it plays out the same way for Brian Barkow tonight.
Ooh, these two are throwing big right away. Barkow throwing some straighter punches than we've seen out of him before.
You know, he's looking like he's doing a good job circling. He's taking the outside approach to this fight.
And that's where the difference is, the grappling. Manning is a good wrestler, and being out of Hans, you know he's going to have some good jiu-jitsu.
Barkow looks like he's trying to do some work from half guard, maybe. I know you notice he swished his hips right away on bottom. He didn't try to lock up guard.
He's hanging on to the head here. I think he felt a little pressure there. Good, he got his guard back. Manning on top, dropping bombs. Oh, he's out. Wow. Beautiful right hand, bounces Barkow's head off the canvas. The eyes roll. Good stoppage by Dwayne Bess, right on top of the action. There was no need for Barkow to take any additional damage. He was clearly out from our point of view. But yeah, he woke up pretty quick when his head bounced back up. But just because you wake up doesn't mean that you're intelligently defending yourself.
Yeah, Drew, you know, and he looked fine at first. He was just kind of scrambled a little bit. The punches weren't too much, but Manny landed that one hand, and that's what did it. Put him out. That's not the first time tonight we've seen somebody try to defend off bottom by sticking their hands out in front. That's something that these guys need to realize. They need to, instead of pushing the guy away on top, if they're going to push him away, they need to stand up. If the guy's going to stay there, you need to keep him to you so that he can't posture up and land those shots like that one.
Yeah, beautiful finish though by Manning. I mean, it was a big right hand from on top of the guard, from inside of the guard, that bounced Barkow's head, and it ends up getting the knockout. Beautiful, beautiful performance put in here by Michael Manning. Fight that he's been wanting for a long time. Cut weight for this opponent twice and didn't get to make the fight happen. So here he is getting his hand raised.
Your winner by knockout, 56 seconds into the first round, Michael Manning.
Good job, Michael Manning. Getting it done. First round knockout. Coming up next, we have the rematch.
It's the fight I will say I am most excited for tonight, Drew, because last time this was our
fight of the night.
And it was a good one, too. It was a close fight. It was an amazing kickboxing match. Patrick Kao versus Tyler Horton, rematching tonight on NFA. You know, last time the fight was back and forth. It maybe could have gone either way. And these guys wanted to settle it for good. The crowd, the fans wanted to see it happen again.
Right.
They want to see who's really going to come out on top.
What Pat said to me is he said the split decision just didn't sit well with me. He said, I thought I won the fight decisively. Horton thought he won the fight. So you had two guys that disagree, and guess what? We're going to find out tonight who's right this time. So I'm hoping for another performance like last time. It's going to be interesting to see who made adjustments.
Yeah, for sure, Drew. You know, a lot of times in these rematches, people expect to see, you know, the same. I mean, it's the same fighters. They expect to see the same thing happen, but most of the time that's not what happens. We see one guy or both guys make big changes, and it adds up to be a completely different fight.
Right, and both these guys now coming out of some good camps. I believe Tyler Horton went from being independent and now trains under a good kickboxing gym at Team Destruction out of Ironton, Missouri. And 2-1 is only loss coming to Pat Kao. So 155 pounds, 5'10", weighed in at 154. He's 21 years old only. And he wanted to thank his training partners Scott Marler and Aaron Collins for this. And he said his favorite fighter is Scott Marler, his teammate. So that's pretty awesome. And then he said that he wants to get the job done here tonight and make it decisive, that he deserves to win this fight.
Patrick KO making his way to the cage now. Both guys pretty much the same height. One thing about Patrick KO, he trains out at Watson's Mixed Martial Arts. He has some really good sparring partners and training partners out there, Drew. Trains with Colin Parr, trains with Danny Demo Moriarty, and Luis Felipe out there. He says his favorite fighter is Max Holloway. That's easy to believe because after this last fight, these guys both threw a ton of volume. You know, we see that from Max Holloway all the time. These guys been at it all 3 rounds. Neither guy slowed down. It made for an amazing fight.
It really was. It was such an exciting fight last time. I want to see what kind of adjustments these guys. I want to see now that they went back and looked at the film and seen what holes their opponent have, if they're looking to expose any of these holes, or maybe they said, I don't need to make any adjustments. I thought I won last time. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
It will for sure, Drew. You know, Patrick mentioned that he loves testing himself and getting better. So that makes so much sense for him to take the rematch. He wants to not only do it to prove to everybody else that he won the fight last time, but he wants to prove to himself that he's capable of winning a unanimous victory over this.
Yeah, he wants to see that he's made improvements in his game, and I respect that a lot about Pat KO. Tyler Horton now has a real gym. He used to be an independent. He used to train in a garage. This could be a whole new Tyler Horton. I think that's going to be the biggest difference. But we'll see. Tyler Horton looks ready.
And introducing on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at already 155.6 pounds. He is from St. Louis, Missouri. This is Patrick KO.
Wow, the crowd is excited for this fight too. This is our fight of the night at our last show. And I think everyone has those same expectations.
Yep, I was just about to say, Drew, I wouldn't be surprised if this was fight of the night again. We'll see. Here we go. Immediately, KO takes the center of the cage. Horton pushing back.
Oh, Horton lands 4 or 5 right hands in a row here.
Horton coming out strong, looking like he's definitely a little salty about that split decision last time.
And this is kind of how it played out last time. Yep. Horton rocked KO in the first round with right hands and then faded, and KO kept coming back. So right now we're getting a repeat of last time.
If I remember correctly, Drew, KO made really good use of those teep kicks last time.
He did.
In that fight. He did a good job of throwing straight punches behind him too, whenever he was able to get Horton against the cage. We'll see if he does that same thing tonight or if he changes up a little bit. He's thrown a couple teep kicks already.
Right now these guys seem content to kind of just box. And they clinch a little bit in knee, but see if somebody's going to start going to the kicking game here.
KO leaning his head a little bit. It's helped him a couple times. It's made him catch a couple punches so far. One thing I noticed is Horton's landed a few good right hands. He's setting them up real good.
Yeah, KO
He's not
really
throwing them bare.
KO keeping his head right in center line when he comes in. That's why he keeps eating those right hands. Looks like a kick right across the groin area.
The foot was outside the hip, so hopefully it wasn't too bad. You know, it didn't come up between the legs or anything like that.
Right, it was a crossed, which is typically not as bad. So hopefully Horton will get recovered here. And it looked like it was definitely unintentional. He's trying to go body shot and just landed a little low.
Might have just been his knee, maybe.
Referee Mark Wassam says, let's get back to it.
Right back into the action. Drew, it's already looking like the same fight as last time. These guys are not taking a break. They are going at it the whole time. Both these men with great cardio. They've shown it last time. They're showing it again this time. Looks like they both took the time between the last fight and this one very seriously.
Yeah, they both look improved. They honestly do. They both look like better versions of themselves last time.
Yep. I do remember last time I was saying both of them were throwing a lot, not picking their punches as much. You know, they're still throwing volume tonight, but their punches look a little cleaner.
You trade right hand. They're just trading. It's absolutely beautiful. Great first round. Exciting fight.
I don't know who to give that one to, Drew.
I have no idea.
Kind of close round again.
It's just like the last fight where KO did a lot of damage at the beginning of the round with those right hands, and KO kind of came back and controlled the second half of the round. So without counting out strikes, it's really difficult to score that round. No one was dropped. Really good first round. Really exciting. I have no idea who's going to get the nod on that first one. Again, guys, if you're watching on Twitch, share out that link. Give us a like, give us a follow. Tell your friends about this. We're going to be streaming live fights, 5-6 times a year for you guys. Here we go, round 2. Horton versus KO. Who's going to get it done? Looks like a slip there.
Yeah, if you notice, KO kind of bobbed forward a little bit on his rear leg after he threw that kick, and just kind of threw him off balance when Horton pressured forward off it.
Just keeps his head right in the center, keeps eating those right hands from Horton. Again, K1, that not something that should be allowed.
Yeah, Drew, that's the second time we've seen this tonight. It would be different if these guys were, like I said earlier, if they were catching a kick, countering and kicking out the other guy's foot, that's just them throwing a leg kick. But these guys are really just dumping them or almost throwing them,
right,
in a sense.
Ooh. KO starting to take over at this part of the round. He's keeping his back against the fence and just kind of teeing off on Horton right now.
He's really utilizing those teeth. Good left hand he landed.
Ooh, Horton with a good right hand. There is a dog in Horton that he just got he'll bite down on the mouthpiece and throw. He's got big fight in him. Heart, determination. Tyler Horton has it all.
We've seen KO, miss a couple high head kicks. He's a little out of range when he throws them.
Nice head kick by KO.
I was just about to say what he needs to do is throw a few leg kicks and then come back up top. He had thrown a couple right before that, and then he landed a beautiful flush head kick.
Ooh, this is... Oh, nice left head kick. One. These guys have such incredible output. 10 seconds left. This round has been all KO.
KO looking much more technical that round than he did the first round. His punches looked clean. He kept his head. He looked like he was focused, keeping his eyes forward the whole time. You see a lot of guys look away when they go to slip punches. They duck their head, they look down, and it almost seems like a natural thing to do at first, but it's really not a good habit because that's how you get caught and you hit with punches that you don't see coming.
Right. And this is a close fight could be a close fight on the scorecard, with the first round being a toss-up, second round was all KO. So Horton really has to win this third round, but still a close fight. I mean, at this point, it's still anyone's game. One knockdown in K1, that changes the whole fight.
Yep.
Both these guys have been touching each other's chins hard.
So far, we might be on track to go to another split decision. Let's hope it's not. Let's hope that one guy can really get the best of this and we don't have a questionable decision. But with both guys putting so much out there, it's hard. It's hard for those judges to make a decision between these guys, especially with not only that, but the amount of volume and punches landed in this fight, Drew. Because these guys just go at it the whole time.
It has been awesome.
A lot of respect shown between the guys.
Yeah, this is their sixth round in there together. In the same venue, same arena. Horton coming after KO hard. Ooh, nice teeps there by
KO always having success when he's throwing those teeps. I think it'd be a good job to maybe counter with something after it, throw a teep and come down with a straight punch, or teep and step off the center line.
Nice work there by KO. Oh, Horton firing back. Such heart and determination.
Both these men do a great job, Drew, of when they get hurt or when they get caught backing up, they don't wait too long. They come right back.
get
KO
those
did a good
points
job
back.
of countering with that clinch right away. They don't let there's no long term where one guy's getting dominated.
What I really like KO's doing is he keeps switching his stances when he gets inside, and he'll stay southpaw, and then he steps off to the side. He's done it a couple times. Ooh, beautiful combination there. KO's got him hurt. But you can't just rush in on Horton when you got him hurt. KO knows that by now, because Horton has that right hand ready at all times. KO's really looking to outwork him here in this third round.
KO, the heavy aggressor so far in this round. Just backing Horton up. I will say,
head kick slaps him right on the chin. Oh, he's hurt to the body. Ooh, big body shot. He keeps tearing up that body.
KO doing a good job of landing those teeps and then going to the head with his head kicks. He's confusing Horton with where to keep his hands. He's trying to block his body. He's trying to block his head. He doesn't know what's coming next.
Short time left, 10 seconds.
These guys
are just going to throw the last 10 seconds. I love it.
Wow.
I do believe that Patrick KO got this one done, though. I don't think this one's going to go to split, but still an amazing fight, Sam.
Yeah, Drew, I think Pat definitely got the last 2 rounds. The first one might have gone to Horton. We'll see. But you know what I do have to say about that fight, Drew, is so far, it's fight of the night again.
Oh, for sure, man. That was non-stop action the whole entire time. That one's definitely a possibility for fight of the night. So far, it definitely is. So.
And Drew, honestly, our last 3 fights so far might be our of the night.
Right, we have a lot of.
We only have one decision, and
fights.
I think the last knockout might have been the cleanest one out of all of them so far.
We still got some high-level fights ahead of us. I'm gonna be interested to hear the scorecards. I think Patrick KO got it done at least 2 rounds to 1. The first round being a toss-up in my eyes. But you know, it's hard to judge. It's easy to judge from up here. It's harder to judge cage side because the angle is not quite as well, not quite as good. They got some real anticipation building up in there. I think Horton looks a little disappointed. But what I'm most impressed about is both these guys actually made some serious improvements in their game. Last time it was kind of sloppy at times. This fight was much cleaner. Horton, you can really tell that he's working with a good kickboxing trainer now. He threw a lot more straight punches this time. And Pat came in with a good game plan, throwing left hooks, switching stances when he got to the inside, went back to the cheap that he had success with in the first fight.
Yeah, Jordan, we'll see how the decision plays out, but I think it being a more technical fight, I think that really played to help KO in this fight because when they seem to get into those scrambles, those exchanges. Horton was doing a good job at landing more punches, you know. He would usually land that right hand, they would get in close, and then he would land a few. But whenever it was them sitting at range, KO was doing a good job of landing those teeps, coming down with straight punches, and landing those head kicks the whole time.
Yeah, I'm really happy both these guys were able to get out here and perform for us again. I could watch these guys fight every weekend, but it's time to get them some different opponents and let them move on to some other guys. But absolutely a fantastic fight. Looks like the judges are taking a while on this decision. Kind of got me concerned. If it's another split, I don't think it will be though. I really think that KO got it done, but we'll see. We got the judges taking their times here. Could get interesting to say the least.
Both men friendly, respectful to each other after. Look like they're having a good time down there.
Yeah, I mean these guys spent 6 rounds beating the hell out of each other.
Yeah. I think, Drew, in both their minds, it's at least good to close this chapter. Like you said, move on, get some new opponents. You know, whoever does come out the loser of this fight, they can at least grow from it and know that it ended.
Right, and this is amateur K1. Amateur kickboxing fighters should be fighting every weekend if their plans to go pro. So these guys can be fighting all the time, and it's all experience at this level. Your amateur career is for that. And really, really happy with these guys.
Let's give it Once again, let's hear you get loud.
Drop it above his hand when he came his way.
After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Rob Francis scored about 29-28 KO.
Another split decision. I cannot believe it. If it's Robin Veal, it is Robin Veal. I could have guessed that. I think it's the same judge as last time that gave it to Horton.
29-28 in favor of your winner by majority decision. Out of the red corner,
Patrick KO. Another split decision. I thought it was 2 rounds to 1 pretty clearly. But we had one judge disagree again, but that happens. Some judges look at things a little bit differently. Their scoring criteria might be swayed a bit. But judging by the K1 rules as they're written, I believe Patrick KO won 2 of those rounds pretty clearly. But that's 2 split decision wins. No need for a rubber match. Time to get these guys beating on some different people. You look at that corner of Patrick KO, you got Demo, Danny Moriarty, and Luis Felipe, who's an outstanding fighter in his own right. Dude is a TBA Muay Thai world champion. You got guys like that in your corner, you're going to be a good fighter. Let's see, what do we got coming up next?
Before this next bout, I just want to remind you that after this match, we will be taking our final intermission. At that time, we will then be reading off the winner of the 50-50 raffle contest.
We have Liz Helton versus Nora Scholl coming up next.
The 11th match of the night started. Coming to the cage first, here is Nora Scholl.
Nora Scholl, who's fought mostly international competition, has a really hard schedule. She's fought all over the United States. She's fought fighters from all over the world in high-level Muay Thai bouts. Her opponent, Elizabeth Helton, was a open boxer. So she had more than 10 amateur boxing fights. She fights in open class. So open class boxer versus an open class Muay Thai fighter. Liz Helton has been working on her kickboxing and Muay Thai for the last 2 years and is now 5-0 in the world of kickboxing. And she's really looking to put a stamp onto the next level of her career as she makes the step into going to an open class kickboxer. Nora Scholl, very impressive with her fights. She's got very technical striking. This is probably going to be one of your most technical striking fights of the night. In fact, Nora Scholl, she has a couple of teammates she wanted to thank. The Academy up in Minnesota, great team. Caitlin Young, she likes to play basketball and she likes 90s club music. But here we have Elizabeth Helton fighting out of the Wolves Den. Liz the Heathen Helton. She's a boxing and Dutch style kickboxer. She has a record of 5-0. She weighs in at 130 pounds. Her opponent had a slight miss on the scale, a couple pounds. She's 5'6", and she had wanted to thank a couple of people for this fight. She wanted to thank her wife, Lily Helton. These two grind in the gym together every single day. Her wife does all of her meal prep for her. And she said her favorite fighters are Holly Holm, Rocky Raquel Pennington, and Anis Mexon. And a fun fact about herself, she's a social worker.
Pretty cool, Drew. Last time me and you were up here doing this, we watched Lily fight on this card.
Yeah, she had a grappling fight, and now her wife is here in the cage with a K1 bout against an extremely experienced Muay Thai fighter. But this is K1, so we're going to see how this works out. They're allowing the clinch tonight, at least some of the referees are, so we're going to see how that plays out. And because in a K1 bout, you would think Liz would have the advantage, but Nora has so much Muay Thai experience with them allowing the clinch. This is going to be a really interesting fight.
Yeah, Drew, we had 2 experienced female fighters, both coming out of two very serious gyms, you know. Nora's coming down from the academy, all the way from Minnesota to fight tonight. And Liz, of course, coming out of the Wolves Den. She trains with JP Madas, and both these girls are no joke. This, like you said, might be our most technical fight of the night.
Yeah, Liz Houghton
for it.
putting in work with JP Mattis at the Wolves Den, and she gets out the kickboxing garage with Quentin O'Brien to polish up the techniques in her game. Got a couple great coaches, and Nora is really going to look to establish the teep early. That's her game, and Liz is going to look to try and box. I think there's no secret what these girls are about. Slip there out of Houghton.
One thing we know about Liz Drew is she has a mean right hand, and she knows how to land it.
Yes, she does. She has a great right hand, and here she is fighting a high-level Muay Thai fighter. This is going to be such a good fight. Really technical so far. Nice head kick there by Nora Scholl.
Both girls going to the legs, going to the body, going to the head already in this fight. Doing a good job of switching it up on each other.
Good right hand there by Houghton, followed by a kick.
Lots of combos come out of Houghton.
Good teep there by Houghton. Every time Houghton gets touched, she looks like she's returning with 2 or 3. Nora Scholl just keeps marching forward, though, and throwing her teeps and her straight punches.
One thing I noticed, Drew, is neither of these girls really checking a lot of kicks so far. Both these girls kind of pulling their leg to the
leg
leg
looks like
kicks.
they're both content with eating them. Spinning back kick there by Houghton, just misses.
Liz looks very loose. Her movement looks really good tonight. I think her footwork looks good. She's moving all over the cage. She's circling. She's not backing straight up. And she's not just backing up. She's countering. She moves forward a little, then she backs up, waits for Nora to go, and then she counters again.
One thing you're going to see out of Nora Scholl, she will keep this pace right here an entire fight. Nora Scholl is a very, very experienced fighter, and she's been in there with some of the best Muay Thai fighters in the world at the amateur level. And she's really starting to land some good leg kicks here on Liz. Check that one. 10 seconds left. Good close round. I think Houghton's done just enough so far, but we got 10 seconds left. Anything can happen. Good head kick there. Good close round.
Did you definitely a close round? I think Nora did a good job towards the end of that round of realizing that Liz was liking to lead in with leg kicks and with teep kicks. You know, she started checking a little bit. She caught that one teep kick. Liz maybe might want to maybe set up those a little bit more. Throw a jab, then a teep, or come in with some punches, throw a leg kick, and then when Nora starts suspecting them more, she can go back up high, start throwing those head kicks.
Right, and anytime you have, anytime you come from the two gyms that these ladies come from, you're going to be well trained and well coached. And if you got Caitlin Young coaching you, who's a legend in women's mixed martial arts and Muay Thai, that's really something. And both of these girls have competed in national level tournaments in boxing and kickboxing. So this isn't your average regional fight. Both these girls are highly talented. This is a very high level fight. And you're going to continue to see this throughout the whole fight. Nice, technical, sharp, crisp striking.
Immediately, these girls are back at it. Liz again throwing these big combinations.
Nice teep followed by a right hand out of Houghton. She did a good job, and she's working in the clinch here too. Good
Nora does a
break.
good job of landing some knees there when Liz tied up. One thing I noticed, Drew, is when Liz throws combinations, she's not just throwing them. She's picking all her shots. You know, she doesn't just sling her hands around like we've seen a lot of people do tonight. They're all clean punches. She throws a lot of straights, and she keeps her eyes right on target the whole time.
Right. Houghton with a beautiful 2 to the body with a left uppercut. Nora getting busy in the clinch. Dwayne Best is letting them work. Good, and that's how it should be rough right there. You let them work a little bit in the clinch in K1, and then you break it. That was nice. Nice job there by Dwayne Best. Ooh, nice head kick there by Nora. It's hard to talk during this one. It's so good. These ladies have such good technique. A lot of good touching going on here.
Liz doing a beautiful job of changing the level of where she's attacking. She's going to the head, to the body, to legs, and there's no There's no tempo, there's no tendency to what she's doing, Drew. It's not head, body, head, body, head, body. She's going all over the place, changing it up, making it really hard for Nora to predict what she's going to do next.
Yeah, Nora just keeps walking forward. Like I said, this is what you'll get out of a Nora Scholl fight. She's going to keep walking forward and throwing her combos no matter what. Helton just unleashing right hands right now.
She landed 4 or 5 good right hands. You know, Nora was keeping her hands out front trying to block punches, but Liz did a great job of sneaking those heavy rights around the back.
And that was shaping up to be a really good round for Scholl. And Helton, I think, put an exclamation point on it for her at the end of that with those 5 straight right hands that kind of had Nora in trouble there for a second. It'd be real interesting to see the adjustments these fighters make in-fight adjustments. So I'm really interested to see in the third round what adjustments they make, because at this level, these fighters know how to listen to their corners, and they're going to go out and they're going to make the adjustments that their team wants them to make. And so this is like a coaching battle and a fighter's battle. You know, this is where having a good corner at this level, this is where having like a really knowledgeable corner will come into play, because if your coaches give you the right adjustments to make, it could really play out in your favor. So I'm excited to see how this goes. Helton looks like she's not breathing hard at all. She's definitely in good shape for this fight, and Nora Scholl is always going to put on the same pace for a whole fight. Good check, followed by right hand.
Good leg kick landed by Nora there at the end.
Nice. Nora follows up with a body kick. Helton letting the hands go. Nice teep into the cage there. Should have followed up with a round kick to the head. Would be nice out of Helton. Maybe a teep low kick, teep high kick.
Both these girls landed some good leg kicks back and forth.
Right.
Nora with another one. She's landed a few already in this round.
This is such a technically beautiful fight. Ooh, big right hand out of Helton, followed by a teep. Nora's got her backed up against the cage. Liz circles back to the center. Man, these girls are eating each other's legs up. They're both going to have trouble walking in the morning. Ooh, big combo out of Helton.
One thing I noticed from Scholl is that every time that she does end up against the cage, she doesn't rest. She throws knees as much as she can, scores the points that she can. She's not sitting there getting beat up the whole time.
Right, you're talking about a girl who's fought Muay Thai at the international level. She likes the clinch. She's going to get busy in there and score points. So that's her world right there where we just were. We got short time left. We're going to figure out here who wants this fight more. This is a pretty close fight. Back to the clinch. Referee Dwayne Best breaks him up. Helton really pushing hard. Short time left on the clock.
Once again, Scholl catches that teep kick from Helton.
Helton's really going to let it all go with 10 seconds left. Scholl is going to stay busy in the clinch with the last 10 seconds. And that's it. Fantastic fight out of both of these ladies. I think it's Helton's fight, probably 2-1, but pretty close. Be interesting to see how it's scored. We see some funny scores with the K1 tonight, but fantastic fight.
Scholl really did a good job of countering with the leg kick at the end of every exchange. But what I will say that Helton did, every time that Scholl countered, Helton recountered, and she didn't just recounter with one strike, she would recounter with a full combination every single time.
Right, and that's what was so beautiful about this fight, is both these ladies threw full combinations. They weren't one punching, they were throwing full combos, just like they work on the pads at home. So I'm really excited to see how they score this fight, and it was such a great fight. It's a big thank you to Nora Scholl. She braved the blizzard. There was actually a blizzard in Minneapolis. Her flight got canceled, so she rescheduled the flight for early in the morning and still flew out here and fought. So that's an absolute stud. I really appreciate it, and a great fight by both these ladies. And I'll be right back, but I'm going to leave it with Sammy for the official decision.
All right, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards, all three judges scored about 30-27 in favor of your winner by unanimous decision,
Liz Hull with a beautiful performance tonight. She earned all 3 rounds on all 3 judges' scorecard. Great unanimous decision victory. She just did an amazing job countering with combination. Her volume for the night was just outstanding. She did not take any breaks, and she got herself a well-earned victory tonight. All right, and with that, we are going to go on and take our last intermission of the night. When we come back, we will be on to our amateur title fights and our professional fights.
Hi, I'm Josh Augustine. I was born and raised in St. Charles, Missouri, and I train at St. Charles MMA. I'm just going to do what I do every single day. Go out there and just touch drill this guy. If he doesn't find a way out, if he doesn't find himself a way out, I will knock him unconscious in under 5 minutes. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to brutally hurt him. There's just levels to this game, and he honestly made a mistake by signing this contract, just thinking that I'm another fighter. Check your boy out, making my pro debut. It's going to be absolute destruction. It's going to be a great card. You can get all-inclusive tickets, get wings, beer, sit cage side. I might hit you with a splash of blood, who knows. I'll see you April 13th.
My name is Brendan Ditterline. I'm from Mounds, Illinois. I fight out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri at Peak Performance Taekwondo and Gladiator MMA. I prefer to keep the fight standing, but if it goes to the ground, let's go. I have much respect for him. It takes a lot for a man to get into the cage, period. I look to have a good brawl, whether it's on the feet, on the ground. I can't say whether it be a win or a loss. I just look for a fight. If you want to follow me, you can follow me on Facebook, Brendan Ditterline. It'll have my other social medias as well. Keep up with everything I'm doing. I see this fight going the distance. I'd like to end it quickly, but it can go any way, so let's do it.
My name is Gennady Bitko. I'm from Republic of Moldova. I have been to many countries competing from North Korea until to United States. The moment I came to Gladiators, we started to train for every moment of the fight. We look forward, for destroying every step. I think Drew is a good athlete. I totally respect him and I'm ready 100% for him. I'm looking forward to learning his timing to answer for every fist or for every leg. All of you, you'll see a great fight between us two. Will be very entertaining, different kicks, different punches, which you never saw before.
Hi, my name is Drew GigX, currently fighting out of St. Louis, Missouri. Head trainer's Quinn O'Brien right now. I fight K1 Muay Thai, 25 years old. As an amateur, I won 18-2, 13 finishes, held the national title, held multiple regional titles. I also fought for Team USA. As a pro, I'm now 2-0, 1 finish. April 13th, I'll be 3-0. I love it, I love the competition. I love the feeling of me and one other person in the ring, and one of us has to walk out a winner. When it comes to one person versus another, when it comes down to me against another guy, it's always gonna be me, always. You can reach out to me directly at drewgigx@gmail.com. I am looking for more sponsors to join my team, and jump on it quick.
Thanks to all of you, we raised a total of $736. $736. So, with the help of our little assistant, Abby, our assistant Abby, she
Raffle ticket out. The winning number is 4888615. One more time. The winning number is 4888615. This guy is eager. He's either coming to fight in the next match or he won. Let's find out.
I got people saying the stream's down. Okay. All right, and I think stream's back up. We got Wilkinson, 4-1, 125 pounds, 32 years old. He's got the Supernova Project he wants to thank, Fantasy Graphics Tattoos, Taco Grande, and Anderson Law Office. his main training partner with the entire team. Way too many to name. And then he said his favorite fighter is any underdog because he believes he's the underdog tonight. And then he said MMA is his second chance at life. So this means quite a bit to him, and as it does for.
Partners, if you look at his corner right now, Danny Moriarty and Luis Felipe are both in there. Those are two real good guys to have in your corner and two real good guys to train with.
I think we may have just blown a fuse. I see the lights maybe come down some, but yeah, we got Hamid. He's got a good corner, comes from a good gym, really experienced fighter. And what does he got? 7-5 MMA record, and he's fought up a lot of times in his career because 125 just wasn't quite an option. And then, but the one caveat I will say, the one asterisk by this is Hamid did miss weight. So Stephen Wilkinson luckily said, you know, we're still going to fight. So here they are fighting, and the winner's going to be the 125-pound champ. Although with Hamid missing weight, he's not eligible to be our champion. But Stephen Wilkinson is still fighting for the title, and I imagine if Hamid is to win, they will still probably give him the strap, but we're going to have him defend it and make weight to make it official.
Sponsored by the CBD store, and it is for the vacant flyweight championship.
Vacant flyweight side on the line.
First on my right, fighting out of the blue corner.
These small shows are what get these guys started to get onto the bigger things, and this regional belt right here means a lot. You have a whole bunch of those, Sam. You can tell us how much these really mean to him.
Yeah, you know, man, it's a good way to just, I mean, in all reality, you know, it's a good way to take your amateur career seriously. You know, this amateur career leads into what becomes, ideally, your career for the rest of your life, you know, and if I can say anything about LC, I know is that he's tough. He can take
you
a punch.
fought LC. I totally forgot that until just now.
That guy's tough. He can take a punch, and you know, he keeps going no matter how tough the fight's going. I know the guy's been working his jiu-jitsu a lot. It's been getting a lot better. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to take a little more the striking route. We know he likes to bang.
He's been pulling guard in a lot of his fights lately.
Or if maybe
his last two
tried to
fights,
work some jiu-jitsu.
He's pulled guard quite a bit, which is rare for MMA. He'll put himself in bad positions. And here we go. This one's going to be exciting, guys. Both these guys are really high level. You can see already the difference in the movement, coming out calm and relaxed. There's not a lot of nervous energy. Hamid with a good leg kick, but it gets taken right down.
You definitely notice LC with a good size advantage.
Yeah,
in this fight,
he
Drew.
missed weight, and Wilkinson walks at 25. Would rather. Ooh, nice.
LC attempted guillotine, did a real good job of letting go of it when he knew it wasn't there. Going right back in the strike, he didn't give up the takedown because of that, which is really good.
Right, and guys like Wilkinson, he actually can't cut weight. I mean, 15's just not a big enough division. And that's it. That's a wrap. Did he get hurt, or did I miss the shot that landed?
Looked like he landed a kick. That's what it sounded like, too. We'll have to see.
Shot to the body, and that's it.
Couldn't quite tell which one it was. It looked like Wilkinson kind of hunched over, and then when he saw LC start to swarm him, he kind of basically took his knee.
Right. Wow, really unfortunate. Hopefully Wilkinson is okay. Looks like a thunderous kick maybe is what got it done, but I'm not quite sure at the moment.
I mean, LC was firing those kicks off. We could hear him from all the way up here.
Right.
You know, maybe it just took one to land, and that might have been it.
It was looking like we were getting into an interesting scrap there, and then Hamid just shut it down with one kick. Unfortunately, LC Hamid will not be receiving the belt tonight because he missed weight. So he still gets the victory, but he will not be receiving the flyweight title until he can make the weight and beat another top contender. Looks like Wilkinson is on his feet. Hamid representing his home country proudly. We still have an amateur title fight coming up next. We have a 165-pound title.
Your winner by TKO, 57 seconds into the first round. LC.
Congrats to Hamid for winning the title. For winning the bout. Unfortunately, it's not a title fight. But great job, these guys. Big props to Wilkinson for taking the fight, even with Hamid missing by 4 pounds. That's a really, really tough thing to do. But he said, you know what, I'm here. I drove all this way to fight. Unfortunate that it went down that way. I am really excited about this next fight. We have a couple guys that do the national tournaments fighting. You got Richard Mode, owns his own gym up in Bethany, Missouri, trains a bunch of guys out of there. He's a complete journeyman, Richard Mode. He has over 60 amateur fights, 60 to 70 amateur fights, and he's won about half, he's lost about half, and he took this fight on 2 days' notice. Dan Lieberson, another fighter that's difficult to find opponents for. So this fight's going to be a good one, though. You got Richard Mode, 70 fight experience. You got Dan Lieberson, undefeated at 5-0.
Show up when you can. Party with the fighters and your other fellow Nemesis fight fans. Let's get the next fight started.
If you're in St. Louis and you want to join us for the after party, we will be at the Crown Room at Ballpark Village. We're about to see what Richard Mode and Dan Lieberson have for us here tonight. Richard Mode, the warrior, Richard Mode from Bethany, Missouri. Bethany Academy of Martial Arts and Fitness. He's a freestyle fighter. He's 44-37, Sam. That's a lot of fights.
It's probably the most amateur fights I've ever seen a fighter have.
I mean, this guy started out his career literally fighting every weekend, sometimes 2 times a week. So I'm excited to see how this one goes down. A lot of experience, 6 foot tall. They're fighting 165-pound catch weight, but they decided to make it for the 165 title because Lieberson was scheduled to fight for the 55 title and lost his opponent. We found a replacement, then lost the replacement, found another replacement, and lost it. And Richard Mode said, hey, I just fought last weekend. I didn't get injured. I'm going to come down to St. Louis and fight for the 65 title. And then we got dangerous Dan Lieberson. You train with this guy. What can you tell me about him?
Yeah, Drew, one thing we know about Dan, not only have I trained with him, but I've seen him fight. This guy, he has amazing jiu-jitsu, but he comes out and he knocks people out. So we know this guy's versatile. He's good on the ground. He's good on his feet. He's got power. It'll be interesting to see how, we have Richard Mode's record. He's got a whole bunch of fights, about half and half record, while Lieberson, on the other hand, doesn't have quite as many fights, but he's won all of them.
He's won them all.
So he's got a very full corner of guys. He's got Andrew Mop Ebers. He's got Jiu-Jitsu in his corner. He's got JP Mattis for the kickboxing, and he's got Jordan Dowdy, like you mentioned earlier, the veteran.
And he's really been taken under the wing of Jordan Dowdy there at the Wolves Den as his kind of little protege, and Dan takes that responsibility proudly. But Dan is actually the guy who's fighting for Team USA in the Bahamas here just next month, and we're about to see who's going to win this 65 title tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is for the vacant lightweight championship. Introducing first on my right, the challenger. He weighed in tonight at 165.8 pounds. He is coming at you out of Maryville, Missouri. This is Richard Mode. And the other challenger on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in tonight at 164.6 pounds. He is fighting out of Winston, Missouri. Here is Dangerous
Dan Lieberson, the undefeated amateur prospect, the blue belt in jiu-jitsu, amazing ground game, amazing power with his hands.
Right, he's got a lot of power in his hands.
Mode's experience.
Richard Mode has a ton of experience in this fight. Mode coming out, throwing some left kicks, missing. Mode with the takedown, kind of surprising. Lieberson coming right back up.
Mode definitely looks like he's got some good size for this weight class, Drew. Dan right back up, though.
Lieberson landed a nice right hand, Mode in on the single. Looks like a Kimura trap here coming out of Lieberson. Lieberson getting taken down a couple times here by Mode. Mode doing a really good job here.
Mode doing a good job of keeping the pressure. But again, Drew, like I mentioned, Dan Lieberson's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu blue belt, and he's a good one too. Not only that, but he wrestled in high school, so he definitely has his fair share of grappling experience.
Yeah, Mode doing a really good job of controlling. Mode is controlling the fight.
Lieberson with a good...
Oh, he's got the Darce.
Whizzer kick. Switching off to the Darce choke. Immediately takes the back.
Right.
Lieberson working to get both those hooks in. There he has it. He's going to flatten him out. This is not a good spot for Mode. Lieberson raining down punches.
Lieberson has the back. He's letting him rain.
And Mode taps.
And that's it. Mode taps to strikes.
Lieberson advances his record to 6 wins.
6 wins.
No losses.
165-pound title. Beautiful, beautiful fight put in by Dan Lieberson. Gets it done in the first round. Good performance by Richard Mode. He had some really good moments, landed some nice takedowns in that fight, and I think it was a good showing for both these guys. I really do. I really, really do.
time to announce your winner. 1 minute, 53 seconds into the first round by TKO. Your winner and new lightweight champion, Dan Lieberson.
Lieberson is your champion. All right, coming up next, we have our pros, Sam.
Yep, we got Josh Augustine taking on Brandon Ditterline.
Ditterline versus Augustine. We got our first pro fight of the evening coming to us next.
It's going to be a featherweight bout. These men, Augustine says he is a jiu-jitsu fighter coming into this fight. He's fighting out of St. Charles MMA, only 25 years old. Ditterline, on the other hand, coming from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, out of Gladiator MMA, says he's a Taekwondo fighter. So we got a classic striker versus grappler matchup. Both these guys pretty green into their pro careers.
It's actually a very tight-knit community tonight.
We'll see how it plays out.
We have some people in the audience supporting the NFA that we are very proud to have here. We have some people from the LFA. We have LFA veteran Dakota Bush. We have distinguished LFA announcer Mike Kindle, who has done over 100 Access television fights. And we have the LFA champion in the house, Mr. Julius Enriquez. All right, it's time for us to get the 14th fight of the night going. Coming to the cage first, Brandon Ditterline.
We have Brandon Ditterline, nicknamed Diddy. He got his nickname from his childhood. He's from Cape Girardeau, Missouri, represents Gladiator MMA. He trains Taekwondo. He has a record of 0-1, fights at 145 pounds. He's 26 years old. His main training partners have been Max McNeely, Dalton Knight, Chris Petty, and Gennady Bitko. A bunch of other really good fighters right there, some good pro fighters down at Gladiator MMA. And looks like he loves to compete, and that's why he's doing MMA. So really excited for this one. Weigh-ins was really intense between him and Josh Augustine. Augustine's a really intense guy, really emotional guy, likes to use the intimidation factor. Both these guys are pretty stacked up 45ers. Both have fought at 155 before.
Next, Josh Augustine.
And here comes Josh Augustine out of St. Charles MMA. What can you tell me about Josh, Sam?
So we know Drew, he's making his pro debut tonight for this fight. And he is, like you said, he's fought at 155 before. He's got some good training partners out there at St. Charles MMA. He said he trains with both Matt Wrighthouse and
the McCormick brothers, which are a talented group of young athletes that are up and coming. They're going to be the future of the 125-pound division. Both those brothers, really, really talented fighters.
Both these guys about the same height, pretty much same specs on both of them. Both pretty green into the pro division.
Yeah, let's see how these 5-minute rounds play out with
both of them look like
cardio.
lean, scrappy guys. But you know, if we're looking at them and comparing them, the one difference we see is Ditterline saying he's a Taekwondo fighter, and Augustine saying he's a Jiu-Jitsu fighter. So it'll be interesting to see, will Ditterline be able to keep it on the feet, or is Augustine going to get it to the ground?
Right, and Augustine has a really, really good triangle. He's crafty off his back, so you're not safe in the guard of Josh Augustine. Ditterline fancies himself a striker, says he's going for the knockout tonight. He said he's going to silence Augustine because Augustine was doing all the talking. So we'll see if he can actually make that happen.
Here we go, touch gloves. Both men look like they're fighting for the center of the cage here. Augustine immediately on the body lock.
He's got it too, he's going to get this takedown, looks like. Maybe not.
Ditterline doing a good job of turning his hips away, utilizing the cage to stay on his feet. He's got a deep whizzer to try and fight off this body lock.
Augustine working hard for the body lock against the cage. Gets the
Augustine
trip.
with a smooth trip. Trips the outside immediately into half guard.
Augustine settling in the position, looking to pass here.
Augustine doing a good job keeping chest pressure. You know, we saw that earlier tonight. We're seeing it again here. It makes it really hard for that bottom guy to shrimp it all or to move or to buck that top guy off.
Yeah, heavy pressure.
Ditterline,
he's going to work the pressure pass here.
Ditterline trying to do what he can, but, you know, it's early in the fight. It's not like you're desperate. You need to try to get a better position here. You don't want to give this up now and lay on bottom.
Augustine is driving the shoulder through the neck of Ditterline to keep that pressure.
Trying to get that knee slide pass. Maybe right into mount. We'll see. Yep, and there it is.
Ditterline, good job of regaining the guard. Augustine with a nice elbow from the guard here. Augustine content to stay in the guard and try and work some elbows. Use out the new tools that come with the pro career. Another big elbow by Augustine. Augustine's really liking to use these elbows.
You know, Jordan Ditterline, you know, he's throwing these punches off bottom, but he's being too content down there. You can't just lay here. You can punch a guy off bottom, but in the end, if he's hitting you and you're hitting him, the guy on top's almost always going to win that battle.
Augustine really opening up here. Ditterline attempting to get the knee shield, gets past. Augustine's looking to pass here.
One thing Augustine's doing really well is he's sitting in this half guard, the side control position, but he's keeping Ditterline up against the cage, so he doesn't have a lot of room to shrimp. He doesn't have a lot of room to scoot away to work up to his feet. He's going to have to utilize that cage or somehow get his back towards the center of the cage if he wants to get up.
Exactly.
Good job reclaiming guard from Ditterline. keeping the overhooks from bottom. It's gonna help him a lot to not take any more elbows from Augustine. But again, his goal here shouldn't be to just defend. His goal should be to get out. It's only the first round. You need to start scoring points now. You don't want to have to wait till the third round when you need the finish. Big elbow from Augustine. Another one. He's raining down heavy shots on top of Ditterline. And Ditterline can't take these forever. He's not intelligently defending himself. He's trying to kick away. There he takes half guard.
Again, plenty of time to defend himself. At the pro level, you'll see it to where they let it go way longer than you did with the amateurs earlier.
One thing about these elbows, Drew, we know is that they will cut you open, and you do not want a fight to have to end that way. Augustine doing a good job of keeping the volume up to where Ditterline can't work on bottom. This could be bad for Ditterline, and that's it.
That's it. Augustine wins the pro debut. The crowd goes crazy.
Augustine just did a great job of taking Ditterline down. You know, he tried working passing the guard at first, and he realized he could sit in guard because Ditterline wasn't really threatening him too much from bottom. So he sat there, and he just rained down elbows and heavy, quick punches from the top.
Great pro debut for Josh Augustine. Looked phenomenal, used the pressure passing, got passed, got the mount, finished the fight. Beautiful, beautiful performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, 4 minutes, 24 seconds into the first round by TKO, Josh Augustine.
Good performance by Josh Augustine, starting off his pro career in the win column. Definitely a bright, bright future for this young man fighting out of St. Charles MMA.
And with that, Drew, we move on to our main event.
Main event time. We have an all K1 pro main event with a couple of really, really exciting fighters. We have Gennady Bitko coming in to fight Drew Gigax. This is going to be a really exciting fight, one you guys do not want to miss. So we are prepped and ready for the main event, and it's about to go down.
Once again, the after party will be at the Crown Room in Ballpark Village. It'll be going until 3 a.m. Just make sure you bring your tickets up to tonight's event to get in and get some deals on drinks, because you know you want to go there and have a great time. But I'll tell you what an even better time is, and that's getting this main event started! Coming to the cage first, here is Gennady Bitko.
Gennady Bitko, coming out of Gladiator MMA, making his pro debut, walking to the cage, This man is an experienced point fighter. He's fought in point fights all over the world, literally all over the world. Gennady Bitko is ready for his opportunity, and I'm excited to watch this guy. If you watch his training videos, you will see some crazy, crazy stuff. And here we go. He's got the who's who of Southern Missouri MMA in his corner. Max McNeely, Dalton Knight. A lot of really talented guys. Sounds like he's coming out to some music from his native country. I'm really, really excited to see this fight. These guys are really exciting. They hit hard. Pro K1 main event. Unfortunately, we lost our original main event due to a weight cutting issue. It was supposed to be Sean Woodson versus Chuka Willis. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But we have a great main event scheduled for you guys now. And we have Drew Gigdax coming to us out of KBC Garage, the kickboxing garage. And he trains under Quentin O'Brien. Formerly out of Andre's MMA, Andre's Academy. Drew has been training for a long, long time, been fighting for a long, long time. So has Gennady, but in point fight. So we got a couple different styles of fights going on. So we got a karate guy in Gennady Bitko, point fighting taekwondo, and a traditional Thai style southpaw with Drew Gigdax. This is going to be interesting. Two southpaws.
Yeah, Drew, it's not something you see a lot. I think it'll make for an interesting fight. We'll see if either guy plays a lot of the switching game in the middle of this and maybe try to throw the other guy off or advance forward in any way. It is cool to see a K1 fight as a main event, you know?
Yeah, these guys deserve it. I mean, there's not a lot of opportunities for K1 out here. So when there is, we got to take full advantage of it.
Is everybody ready for the main event of the evening?
Here we go. I'm so excited right now.
Brought to you by Convergence Media, Brad Carey Realtor, and Sub-Zero Wellness. And it is your National Fighting Alliance, Nemesis Fighting Alliance, main event of the evening.
Announcer thought we were the National Fighting Championships there.
Right, fighting out of the blue corner. He weighed in tonight at 170.2 pounds. He is fighting out of Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Introducing
Gennady Bitko looking ready to go.
And his opponent on my left, fighting out of the red corner. He weighed in at 170.3 pounds. He is fighting out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Here is Drew.
Drew Gigdax looking like he's got a little bit of a size advantage tonight, Drew.
Yeah,
Gigdax has some big legs on him.
Gigdax is a big welterweight. Hits really hard, good southpaw. And then we have Gennady Bitko trying to come play spoiler in Gigdax's hometown. It looks like he comes out orthodox, a little different than what we saw in the training videos. Might have been a play on their part. Gigax throwing a nice left after that inside kick.
Yeah, Drew Bitco kind of played with him a little bit, throwing those out there, and Gigax did a good job of just not messing around with it and countering with a heavy leg kick.
Yeah, you can keep expecting Bitco to switch up the tempo and timing and the placement of his strikes, and he is going to throw some wild stuff.
Both these guys find some heavy shots in the clinch.
Ooh, Gigax just misses with a big knee to the head. Head kick by Gigax. Wow. And he got Bitco's attention with that one. Start to see Bitco be a little more patient here. Ooh, spinning back kick, or spinning roundhouse kick lands for Bitco.
Bitco doing a good job of keeping the volume up, but Gigax, I think, is landing the cleaner shots so far for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Bitco's landing a nice right hand there, though.
Again, Drew looking for that left kick. He's landed at all levels so far in this first round. He's landed to the head, to the leg, and to the body.
Yeah, Bitco's got a different style than probably anything Gigax has come across. But I don't know, Gigax has a long amateur career, but Bitco's not really putting much in front of his kicks. It's just a little pause and then a wild kick. So
another head kick.
I'm excited to see how he's going to switch it up on Drew and with the placement of his kicks.
Dude, that's twice already that Gigax has basically landed that left head kick, and what that tells me is if you're able to land it that much faster after you just hit the guy in the head with your foot, I mean, that means that it might be there for the whole fight if he doesn't change something drastically. So if Gigax can keep going low like this to the legs and then going up top when Bitco isn't expecting it, he might be able to land a flush head kick later and might maybe do some serious damage.
Right. Oh, they both trade big punches there with each other. Both landed clean right on each other's faces. Ooh, Bitco with the spinning back kick just mixed. Oh, Gigax has him in all kinds of trouble. Bitco kind of takes him down there. Good first round put in there. Really exciting. A lot of action. Both guys hurt each other a couple times. Good close round. Excited to see the adjustments that are going to be made in between rounds. I know with Bitco, they're probably going to try and tell him to be more active and keep him guessing. And then I imagine Gigax is going to start putting a little pressure on him. Don't stay at range because that's how Bitco's able to get off the crazy spin stuff that he's doing is at range. So if Gigax would put a little pressure on him with the boxing, I think he figured that out towards the end of that round, that if he steps in on him with the punches a little bit, that's where he has the advantage in the stand-up for this fight.
Oh, big head kick from Bitco.
Second one blocked by Gigax.
He's coming out hard this round.
Tried for the axe kick. Ooh, Gigax fires back with a 4-punch combo followed by a knee. Seeing some really high-level striking right here. Gigax starting to put the pressure on now. I think he's figured out that that's what he has to do.
Bitco really trying to land some of these kicks, sure, but what I'm noticing is he's throwing a lot of them just naked, basically. He's not setting them up, and they're looking really predictable. You know, he almost landed that one at the beginning of the round, but Drew's able to see these coming. You know, he's not fighting a rookie,
Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. This could be it. We'll see if he gets up. Big left hand. I don't think Bidco's getting up from this one.
Bidco did what you should never do in a fight, and he turned his back, and that allowed Gigax to land a huge left hand.
Turned all the way around, and that's it. That's the fight. Drew Gigax, the winner of the main event here for the Nemesis Fighting Alliance.
That might just be our knockout of the night right there. That was probably the cleanest one we saw all night. You know, we had a lot of finishes tonight, a lot of TKOs. We had one other knockout, but that one right there was the cleanest one. When he came around with that left hook, Gigax really just dropped Bidco, and from then on out, it just looked like it was over, and it was.
So these guys don't know it yet, but I'm going to send that out over the broadcast so you guys get to know. With that, Drew Gigax just won himself a knockout of the night. Nice little trophy that he's going to get to take home. And then again, surprise, surprise, fight of the night, Tyler Horton and Patrick KO. So that's what it is for tonight. And then sub of the night was Keegan Irish by rear naked choke. So it's been a great time here at the Nemesis Fighting Alliance. We're going to send it down to the cage one more time, and then afterwards we're going to wrap up the show. Great night of fights. We'll be back here again June 22nd. Join us for an incredible night, and we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to send it down to the cage one last time for the main event.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute, 23 seconds into the second round. Your winner by TKO, Drew Gigax.
And there you have it, Drew Gigax, main event winner for the Nemesis Fighting Alliance. Really happy for these guys. Great performance. Gennady Bidco's got a bright future in the sport. Put on one heck of a fight against a really experienced game fighter in Drew Gigax. Great night of fights, Sam. Closing thoughts from you?
Honestly, man, I think I agree with all the decisions tonight. I mean, Gigax definitely earned that knockout of the night like I was talking about earlier. I think it was the cleanest one of the whole night. It was the most technical one as well. And it's no surprise to me that KO and Horton earned fight of the night. I mean, we talked about it earlier tonight. Right after it finished, we said they might have just earned it again, and they sure did.
Right, and I think that Keegan Irish was the only submission that we had tonight, and it was beautiful rear naked choke finish. So lots of good things coming up for the Nemesis Fighting Alliance. You can join me and my partner if he's not busy fighting. June 22nd, same place, same time, as long as we sell out, but we'll sell out. Thank you guys. We've had a great night. We're going to go ahead and sign off. Make sure you give us a follow, give us a mention, invite your friends. I'm Drew Grande, Sam Penites. We're out.